meeting, Monday, November 28th, a regular city council meeting. Welcome this evening. We have a pretty healthy agenda today. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance, or Pledge of the Flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Order of allegiance. The city clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Giovanni,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
And Sylvester present.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present.
Ms. Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod. Thank you.
Present. Okay, we have presentations today. So we have our presentation from DCPLA grant to Daly City Public Library. We have our board director, Tricia De Vera, and executive director, Victoria Magbilang, from the Daly City Public Library Associates.
Good evening, Mayor Rod Dasmagwal and the entire City Council. As president of the Daly City Public Library Associates, thank you so much for having me. Alongside me is our executive director, Victoria Magbilang. DCPLA has been busy this last quarter of the year, and we are excited to be awarding 2 grants to the Daly City Public Libraries. The first grant is given to us by the town of Colma in the amount of $5,200. This is to fund the story walks that will be installed at both the Bayshore and Serramonte libraries. Story walks are frames along a path which holds pages of a picture book so walkers can enjoy a stroll and a story all at the same time. To promote Parks Pass program and to promote an appreciation for nature and active lifestyles, the libraries plan to use picture books that focus on these themes and hold events such as ranger-led story times. Story walks are now seen across the nation, including San Francisco. The Park Pass program offered a grant opportunity of up to $5,000, which the library applied for and was awarded. But in order to build the proposed story walks at both Bayshore and Serramonte branches, the library asked for additional funding from DCPLA. We would like to give a shout out to the Daly City Public Works and Recreation Division for being critical partners in this program because of the additional time for planning and installation on their parts. The second grant is from Danford Fisher Hanning Foundation. This foundation invests in various charities that support local health, education, and welfare. They have given us $3,500 to support library document stations for the Serramonte and John Daly libraries. These stations offer library visitors user-friendly do-it-all station to scan books or documents, convert to PDF, and to send phone, email, print, and fax. As you know, many of our patrons rely on the local libraries to conduct personal business, including applying for jobs, seeking housing, and completing various certifications. To the already received $3,500 from Danford Fisher Hanning Foundation, DCPLA will be giving $1,000 to support of the library document stations. This will bring the total award to the Daly City Public Libraries $4,500. We are grateful for the funds received. However, we still need additional funding to complete the project. We were hoping to receive $13,700 to be able to complete the stations. So, if anyone is listening out there, we are accepting any donations to dcpla.org to help complete a long overdue requested addition to our libraries. This will be a great support to our patrons who do not have the necessary tools at home to be successful. A reminder, if you want to help support our local libraries and be part of the Daly City Public Library Associates, please go to our website, dcpla.org. Thank you so much, and happy holidays from DCPLA.
Great. Thank you, Tricia, and thank you, Victoria, for your presentations. I'll go ahead and open it up to my colleagues. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's always great to see you. I think you're here all the time because the money keeps giving. You guys keep doing the work, and your events are spectacular. And to all the donors, the town of Colma, the foundation, it sounds like there's a big reach out. And I want to remind everybody, it's only $20 to join our proud member here. I always boast, right? And that it's only $20 to make a difference in your community for your local libraries. Of course, you can always donate more in the envelope. And I believe, I actually had brought one, but I misplaced it. It's Daly City Public Library Association, P.O. Box
3283,
3283,
Daly City.
Daly City 94015. And if you need any information, I think our city clerk can give you the information, or just contact them directly. And it's really an investment, as you can see what they want. I don't know what is the balance that you need?
So,
13,000, right?
yeah.
So I think, in a community, little bits, always adds up, and doesn't have to be all small donations. I think that we have a generous community, and those that can. Those that can't, please do, and remember why our library's here. And it reaches all ages, all sectors. There's every culture, everything you can imagine. There is no boundaries, there's no borders in a library. There's no differences, and you're all one when you walk in that door. So for me, and making it welcoming, and you guys done some fantastic work. I think we can do it, and I think we can, I know we find that money somewhere. Look under, I don't know, we'll find it somewhere, but 13,000, when's the date that you need it?
There's no specific date. It's just a matter of, trying to get that into the libraries as soon as possible.
And it's a great projects, fantastic projects. I read in the projects. So for everyone out there, please give. And I know my $20 is due soon. And everyone be proud. We should have a T-shirt or something. Not you guys make it, we'll make our own, not the cost. And say that we're proud members of our public libraries. What could be prouder? And you guys, amazing board. Thank everyone for me and all the generosity. And I like that we partner with the town of Colma, and they're also generous partners in the foundations. So thank you, and bravo to your ceremony event. Bravo to you. Bravo to everyone. So thank you. Great women leadership. That's what you are. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your
You're an
support.
inspiration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We also have Councilmember Manalo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to say tremendous job always to DCPLA for the amazing work that you continue to do. Trisha and Victoria, it's endless. You all continue to come to our meetings with always such amazing updates, and the Daly City Public Library is so fortunate to have you as partners. I will never forget that day when I went into John Daly. At that point, now it's a museum, but that was just very impactful for me as a young, I would say, elementary school kid going in there. And so I know that you all do innovative programs, from ensuring that also the digital divide is that closes in and it's not too far broached, and that also want to acknowledge all the Daly City Library staff who I've seen over the course of years really put opportunities for dialogue and books out there towards social equity, and really being able to have a safe space at the library. So thank you, DCPLA, for continuing to support, and wish nothing for the best, and look forward to the amazing work that you all do in partnership. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam President Rivera, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and I'm glad you're here before council tonight with such wonderful news. And Ms. Victoria Mabalang of DCPLA, it's always a pleasure to see you as well. I'd like to thank the town of Colma for coming through with their donation for Daly City's libraries, the Fisher Foundation, and of course DCPLA making a donation as well. You know, the last time the folks came to provide a donation, I had promised myself that I would get to one of the libraries because I want to use this printer where you can make
The 3D printer.
the which one?
3D printer.
3D printer, so I can make a certain lock for my car. And I was given a welcome, and I'll be honest, I haven't stepped foot in the library for over 15 years.
Oh, my goodness.
But I'm a member of DCPLA, and I do believe in the cause. Approximately 2 months ago, I had the opportunity to go to a library, not in Daly City, but in Burlingame, all because of my grandkids wanted to return some books. So I says, wow, they just stuck it in the machine, and the books just went in. I said, is that it? They said, that's it. I stepped inside, and I was amazed as to the resources that were available, and I inquired about some DVDs. And they says, your library membership is good here also. I said, wow. So I checked out my DVDs, and I turned them in, not in Burlingame, I turned them in the Daly City. So such a wonderful program, and I promised to get by more often, but tonight is a testament as to the support from other towns, foundations, DCPLA, and the continuous work you all continue to do. So thank you, and thank you for your continued work. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Ms. DeVera, I wanted to ask you about, one of the things we were able to do was to honor a park in Linda Galeon's memory. And so I wanted to find out if the story walk will take place also in her park. What do you know about which parks it's going to happen in?
It's going to actually be at the Serramonte and Bayshore Library, so it's not going to be officially at a park,
Oh,
per se.
okay.
So it's going to be coordinated with the libraries. So there are paths around the Serramonte Library as well as the Bayshore libraries where we will create those story walks.
Oh, I see.
Eventually, we could branch it out there, so
Would be
I'm glad you
nice.
brought that up. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
that
is
would
something
be
to think
nice.
about, and that would be a nice addition to that park.
And do you know if the story walks are going to also have like an audio component to it, or is it just strictly like?
It's strictly visual. I actually was at the Presidio over the weekend. If the new Tops, I don't know if you've seen the new Tops area. Tunnel Tops, there you go. They actually have one if you want to see. They actually have one that just started there. And I was taking a look at that. But yeah, it's all visual at this point. It's not an audio.
Okay. And then the library document station, I've often wondered if our libraries have enough bandwidth, Wi-Fi, to make everything work. And with, technology, everybody wants everything faster. Do you think we have enough in terms of the broadband and the ability to really provide the service?
Speaking for myself, I think fiber optics is what we need around here. So I'm just going to say that.
Yeah.
So always, we always need more bandwidth. But to accommodate those stations, I think I'd have to ask Chayla. She's over in the back.
We have excellent service through the Peninsula Library System.
Okay.
It's fiber, and it's fast enough to support those sign-in.
I was also going to ask, is it strong enough for people who are, let's say, in the parking lot? Are they able to use it? Or do they have to actually come into the library?
Come on up, Chayla Anderson.
So yes, we do have Wi-Fi at 2 of our locations. The Ceremony Library has Wi-Fi out front that can be accessed sitting in the front library or parking lot area. And we also have outdoor Wi-Fi in front of the Bayshore Library at this time.
Okay.
At the other locations, the Wi-Fi probably bleeds a little bit outside the libraries, but not as far as the parking lot.
And my understanding is you do have to have a library card to access everything?
For
Including
the
the
Wi-Fi, you do not know.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Okay, I see. Great. Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Thanks,
good
Sheila.
work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to say thank you for these past, like, for the work that you all do, but these past few months, y'all have been truly amazing.
Thank you.
Like, I've been at most of the events that you've put together and all the different festivals that you've been attending, and, you know, giving a chance to community engage our residents is powerful. And I feel like what DCPLA does is more, it goes beyond just the libraries. It's extended beyond our community, towns like Colma. Shout out to Colma for their donation, but your events, it develops relationships. And, you know, when we look at like services, you know, it's not just one sector of the population, it's generational. And that's something that's really, really important in Daly City, is to see how you engage from the youth all the way to seniors and everybody in between. So thank you for always creating and cultivating community, and I'm always there for you all. So, you know, all you need to do is just give me a text or an email and I'll be there. So thank you again for
Thank you so
everything that
much.
you do for us.
Thank you so much.
May I add one thing?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to give a special shout out to Ms. De Vera for being above and beyond amazing president. Like, it's been a really, I think this has been a especially successful year for us, and the support that she's given to me and to the board, and she's really like raised the level what I expect out of a president now. So the rest of you, Monica DeVincenzi will be our new president. I know she's up to the task. So just, I want to give a round of applause to Tricia for being
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Did you win the trivia night?
We got to the second round.
Oh, okay.
That's all I asked for. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, thank you. Our second item is update from the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center, and we have Tita Perla Ibarrientos.
Mayor Daus Magboal and Vice Mayor Ray Benaventura, members of the Daly City Council, Mr. Glenn Sylvester, Pam Dijapani, and Jocelyn Manalo, to our interim city manager, Mr. Tampi Pinot. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Perla Barrientos. I'm the chairman of the board of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center. To those of you who are not familiar about Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center, we are a non-profit-based organization serving Filipino population in Daly City and in San Mateo County by providing community education. So now, this organization was founded 1989. I was one of the founders. I'm still here. And tonight we have Sonia Reyes, one of the founders, retired. Thank you for coming. All right, we moved out from 2121 Junipero Serra Boulevard to our new address, 200 Northgate Avenue, Daly City. I thank you from the bottom of my heart to the city for providing us another place to stay, to continue what we are to do for our community. Our program, we are open, except for the two, immigration every Thursday of the month, from 2 to 4. But there are two programs that on hold. The Tai Chi for our seniors and our cultural dance for seniors, because bus stop doesn't go there. It stays at Westlake Avenue. It is hard for seniors to walk for 3 blocks going that place. So I'm thinking to do something this new year in order to continue that program for the seniors. Before pandemic, we have educational program founded by San Mateo County. Mr. K. Thanks to Supervisor David Canepa for helping us to get this founded. There were 3 sessions of this program. The first one is about maintaining a healthy heart. We have a doctor, a cardiologist from Seton Medical Center, Dr. Thomas Finney. Session 2 was about elderly safety, avoiding scam and fraud. Speakers are very own officers. I have here Detective Jose Ortiga and Officer Capote. Session 3 is about seniors' elderly abuse. We had the speaker, Mr. Glenn Ibarrientos, Director of Public Health Nursing, San Mateo County. Then, pandemic came. All offices were closed. We are closed also. We have seen the needs of the community. So we partner with the city official to launch drive a true community fed. Mother's Day and Father's Day, drivers passing through, and we are giving food prepared by our city officials and volunteers. We asked the driver to open the trunk because there was no contact between people. So we put the city officials and the volunteers put the tray in the trunk. This tray contains of cooked food that can feed 7 people in the family. So by the time we gave Mother's Day and Father's Day, we figured it out because, we reached out to almost 3,000 families those 2 feed days. The city official could attest to that. They were preparing foods, they were distributing foods. And then we moved to our new place. People keep on asking the next distribution of food. We thought of Mother's Day, but the need is very urgent. We decided to distribute me first. So we did me first, community food and safety kit giveaway. We gave 600 trays of cooked food that each tray could feed 4 to 5 people, and plus $5 gift card from Target until supplies last. And then Thanksgiving 2021, we took of distributing turkey. We bought some grocery canned goods to go with that. Have you noticed last year there was a shortage of turkeys? So we didn't give that out. In spite of that things, we tried to give something to our community. We bought 300 gift cards. Each card cost $30. So that, no turkey, but they can buy the things they need. All right, October 8th this year, we partnered with the city of Daly City, their annual Kasayahan in Daly City. That is also a Filipino Heritage Month. We were assigned to contribute, to take charge of the foods for the volunteers and for our guests and others. So thank to Tammy Hugh, who donated that luncheon for that 60 or 70 volunteers in that day. Then last week, before Thanksgiving, we partnered with the T-Mobile. A day before that, I have 30 volunteers from the T-Mobile corporate office from Concord. And they prepared 560 bags of goods. Together with that, we will give away turkey. So the first 100 cars that passed through, they got the bag and the turkey. After that, people will no turkey, but they get $30 gift certificate so that they can buy things what they need. Those were the things that we have done. We have not done that without the help, support of the city officials, and people, community like you. Thank you so much also. So all these things, aside from this, we also reach out to extend help abroad. During the eruption of the Al volcano, in a short notice community response, we donated 35 balikbayan or more to that place. Then comes November 2020, we are moving out from our place. But that was the time when Tuguegarao, Cagayan asked for help because of the typhoon. So what we did, no office, we closed, we are moving. But thanks to the community response, I remember one day, one of our city council officials came to the house with the donors, Mr. Glenn Sylvester. Thank you so much for that. And also to our Vice Mayor for initiating everything to send all this help to the Philippines. And thanks to Walter Batara, who came from that place to give some help. Lastly, this year, there was a typhoon in Bohol and Rojas, Capiz. They also asked roof over their heads, meaning to say they have the building, they have no roofs. And another thing they asked, if we can help them with clean water, deep well. So our President, Dore Panessa, and our Vice Mayor, Rebina Ventura, went to that places. And thank God we were able to give them help. So without you guys, all of you, the community, city officials, our donors, and who give us grant for that things what we have been doing, we cannot all these things. So I know working together, it's wonderful, make things easy. So let's work, continue together, and we will achieve a very satisfying result. Thank you and have a nice evening.
We have Council Member Jocelyn Manalo. Some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tita Perla, and to the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center for the tremendous work you all do for the community. PBRC is truly a gem that provides for so many, from young to old, to the diverse residents of Daly City. Tita Perla, you are a phenomenal leader. I look up to you as later in life, I would love to have the same beautiful energy you give out day in and day out. PBRC, you've truly been able to give from food insecurity to healthy initiatives to cultural programming and to providing international relief. Thank you so much, Tita Perla, to Dory Paniza, Reza Tori, and also to the founding member, Sonia Reyes, that's present in the audience. Really, your vision to have a community hub such as PBRC has lasted decades. So thank you so much for the amazing work and all that you do for our community. Salamat po.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. Councilmember Di Giovanni.
Well, Ms. Perla, you never stop, do you? From 1980, was it 89?
Yes.
Yeah, and I have to recognize also Liza, Ms. Reyes. Yes, a proud day, and then you never stop. I think that is what keeps you going, because I think your heart is in everything you do. I see it even when you're in line, I wouldn't tell people I went out her, but even in the vaccination line, she wasn't worried about herself. She was worried about her own family. So that's the selfless things that you do, and that even moving from one location to another, realizing that when something comes like a volcanic eruption or the terrible typhoon, and I remember that I believe it was then, it was our Republic Services and others that reached out to make sure that there were boats. And then I believe you even traveled over there at that time yourself to make sure and did things on a one-on-one basis to make sure the money was there, to make sure the people and what they needed in the area, and then even a local area. I think when you keep a pulse on a community and you stay on the ground, I think that is what makes the heart beat. Because when you are away, and although there's things that people need to do in the office, you don't get the same feeling. But I know you, even if T-Mobile bagged those things or not, I know that you were there probably when it opened, before it opened, when it closed, and even after, to make sure everything was done right and that everyone got a bag that came in that line, that no one was missed, and no one was, everyone was cared about, and that it kept going. Because that, you are like the director. If we had a film and there was a director on the set, that would be you. I would think that, Liza, you probably agree with that as well. But, and you bring the team in. You bring the team in. These ladies right here in the community. And they were right there. And Rob Chua, thank you for bringing the T-Mobile and the many things that you do, and our county education, and to partner, because partner is best. And blessings to you, and may you keep going, because that is what life is. On the ground with a heartbeat, serving the community. And Tammy Ho, thank you for your service for the community and partnering with them as well. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor. Keep going.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. Tita Perla. First of all, I'd like to say it amazes me of the memory that you provide, especially from over the years. It is my understanding that PBRC is a 501c3 organization. And over the years, I have sought and asked when folks make donations, especially of the monetary kind, I have no doubt that monies donated to PBRC goes for its intended purpose. Usually folks may make donations, well, how I know my money is going to international? How I know it's going to be distributed international? I was so impressed, and you made mention of Mr. Walter Patera on one particular trip where he was given the means to, number one, document every expenditure, receipt, and then you yourself, as Councilmember DiGiovanni said about the boats, you documented everything. That is why, when you made mention that I brought a donor over, I told that donor, you have nothing to worry about. It's going where it's supposed to go. And knowing that, and as you had made mention, I don't need any accolades. I brought the donor over to make a donation personally to PBRC. So thank you for remembering that, because that's very important. Another part that strikes me as very important in your conversation is it's not about PBRC. It's about the community involved, providing donations, providing food, providing their own individual time and efforts, especially on the feeding of the Daly City residences. It wasn't just PBRC, but it was the community who also put their love in making the adobo. And it was the community, and they all came together, all under your leadership. So that's something I will never forget, because you gave kudos to the community. As regards to the donations of a different kind, thank you for acknowledging the whole family for Kasayahan and feeding the volunteers. And you know, you kind of get in trouble if you leave someone out. And I know you try to do the best you can. T-Mobile. And you also said something about 35 balikbayan. Well, maybe some folks in the audience don't know what balikbayan is. Balikbayan are the actual boxes that's turned balikbayan boxes, and what are they, like 3 feet or 36 inches? Can you imagine? You know, and I'm sure there's more of those, and you at a minimum said 35. That's a lot of boxes. So, you know, I think that's very, very important to know. So congratulations. Thank you for coming before council, because I always look forward to an update. What did you folks do? And you've been here numerous times saying, well, we've done this, we've done this. I'm wondering how many of our other 501c3s here in Daly City does the same. At least council would love to hear from them. I think you are setting the bar high. I think you are setting the example, as you've always done. And there's a term I've heard many times about you, Tita Perla, and that's the ever-ready battery. You basically have more energy than me. And, you know, I'm amazed. So it's because of the good things that you do, and I'm looking forward to the good things you will continue to do. Thank you, Tita Perla, and thank you, PBRC.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Buenaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tita, you probably have understated a lot of the things PRC does, because I know there's so much more that your organization does. I want to recognize, again, the leadership of you, the current president, Dory Panisa, Marie, Ray Satore, Sonia, Lisa, who makes everything works there. You know, your organization, the bottom line is your organization exists to give. I mean, you're always finding a way to get resources and to give it away. And that's what the purpose of a 501c3 is. And you are doing everything you can when there is I believe you look for opportunities to give. You're not a social club. You're a club that really wants to make a difference. I remember the homeless person who walked into PBRC asking for petty cash, and you gave them whatever petty cash you had, to the major cities who are asking for relief. You organized and you provided thousands of dollars in relief. So I'm grateful that you exist and you're here in Daly City and you're continuing to do the good work of giving. And so I applaud you for that, the membership, the leadership. And I hope you stay. I know you've been talking about you're tired, but you know, we need you, Tita Perla, and it's something that you are the heart of PBRC. And I'm not making light of it. I'm serious in that we need you to stay. And I know you can do it. You're a young senior, and so thank you. Please tell all the board members how grateful we are, and that we look forward to continuing to collaborate with all of you. Thank you, Tita Perla.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
You're gonna make a...
If you want to add, I'm going to say some last.
Something last that I think would be great, but I'll defer to you, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
or did you have some comments?
Yeah, I'll have some comments, and then if you have additional,
Okay.
throw it back to you. Tita Perla, I know you've been standing there for a long time, but I just want to say that, you know, I've been saying this to you for as long as I've met you, but one of these days, I'm going to write a book on you and the legacy of PBRC, the legacy of like Filipino American leadership in Daly City. No, seriously, because like, you know, a lot of times, I mean, there's movies based on this city. And the reason why, it's because of the large Filipino American population. But then what goes to the wayside are the real people that are here, that are doing the work over, almost over 30 years, 30 plus years. And so I stand on your shoulders. And I'm so grateful to be in presence of a living legend. And sometimes we never get a chance to document who these leaders are. And you are one of those pillars. And so I stand on your shoulders, on PBRC's shoulders, and I'm grateful and honored to be able to carry on the baton. and carry it on to the next generation. Because, and one thing that I think about PBRC, and one of the criticisms for Filipino American leadership, is usually we tend to do things on our own. We don't want to serve anybody else. We want to just take care of our own, and there's nothing wrong with that. But to go against the grain and to serve not only our community, but to keep our connections to the homeland through the Pacific, and maintain those relationships, and to serve not just the community here, but abroad. And one of the quotes that I live by is the idea of you act local and you think global, and this idea of glocal. And that's exactly what PBRC does. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tita Perla, thank you to everybody in PBRC, and I'm here to support you in any way you need to, so we can pass it on to the next generation as well. So I pass it to Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In closing, I'd like to acknowledge all of your staff members who are here from PBRC. Tita Perla, Lisa Robertis, Robertura, and now you see she's smiling, folks. She's not just smiling just like right now. She smiles all the time. Sonia Reyes, one of the founding members of PBRC.
Yes.
And our current president of PBRC, Dory Panisa.
Yes.
Would you kindly please stand so we can give you a round of applause? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and that's all I have.
Thank you. By the way, I still have some bags at PBRC. Those of you who really, I delivered this afternoon 55 bags to Jefferson Union High School. 55, and some seniors facilities, but I still have 50 at home. I mean, at the office. I called it my home, and then plus the gift card. So please, others that wanted to come to my office, please do so. Thank you, and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next, we have item number 3 for presentations, the catalytic converter and retail theft enforcement and prevention efforts. We have Acting Chief Cameron Christensen.
Good evening, Council. I didn't know when I put this on the agenda I was going to be following Tita Perla, so I asked her to stand up here with me to make the presentation that much better, but I understand she was standing here for a while. I'll try and make this quick. This is a conversation we've had a lot of topics to discuss, but this evening I want to share a short presentation to highlight some current statistics, as well as the enforcement and prevention efforts the police department has, is, or will be considering as we try to combat a concerning trend in catalytic and retail theft cases. These issues have been a topic of conversation in the community, with this council, and within the police department, as they create a significant strain on resources. Some of this data may be familiar to you, and many of you have voiced concerns about these trends, either from educating yourself about the problem or hearing firsthand stories from your constituents. Councilmember Sylvester specifically identified these issues in his council reports and requested a response, and most recently shared a catalytic converter theft program with staff. These cases have a significant financial impact on the community and our retail stores, and it remains a priority and focus of the police department. I'm sorry, you can go back. That was all for the first slide. So on this slide, you'll see a very simple chart representing the increase in the last few years of both catalytic converter and retail thefts. This year-over-year increase is one equally felt throughout the state and nationwide. While current year-to-date statistics are concerning, the pandemic skewed the chart a bit, which is represented in the retail theft chart for 2019. Regardless, we're still nearly 25% higher in retail theft cases than we were pre-pandemic. So as you can see, in 2019 for the retail thefts, there was 368, and then year-to-date for 2022, there's 449. So that is, and again, I'll have to explain more about this chart because that's not accurate to actual statistics citywide. But that does just show the increase, but the 171 and 325 had a lot to do with the pandemic-related store closures and things of that nature. So what you see as an increase over the last 3 years probably isn't necessarily quite as accurate. And I think for the catalytic converter thefts, again, 2019, it was not quite as problematic. So we really didn't capture very many statistics back in 2019. And then again, 2020 hit with COVID, and then 182 and 260 are the numbers that are more consistent with the increases that we're seeing year over year. The drop in, so we talked about pandemic store closures, not as prominent for the catalytic converter thefts. And it's important to note that the figures above are only reported cases and not cases that were either not reported and or ones that were dealt with in other means outside of an actual police report, suggesting that the cases would actually be higher. And the one thing I do want to counter out as well is that we talked a little about retail thefts. There's an asterisk there. So these are the number of cases that are only specific to 3 specific locations within Daly City that was very easy to pull statistics from. If we were to pull statistics citywide, things are noted differently in different reports, they're categorized differently, and it's very difficult to actually pull all the statistics. So again, the 449 year to date are only from some of the major either retail centers or retail locations, not citywide. So there are many variables and theories as it relates to the increase in theft statistic regionally and statewide. There have been legislative changes to the law impacting arrest and prosecution. General reporting has become more complex, with officers spending a significant amount of time doing data entry, reducing the time spent on patrol and being present in the community to hopefully prevent further crime. The ease of thefts, coupled with challenges in prosecution or significant corrective action, seem to have reduced the concern for apprehension for some suspects. Additionally, store policy for reporting thefts has hindered any apprehension ability, and willful disregard for community safety by suspects and the lack of ability for police to pursue fleeing vehicles has made it all too common for suspects to run. It is not uncommon for suspects to flee from officers on a daily basis. One of the last issues I believe contributing to the increase was the extensive backlog in prosecution because of the pandemic. Courts were closed and only partially open for a very short period of time to significant cases, so we have years of backlogs that we're still trying to work through. So specific to catalytic converters, the department, with the support of council, continues to take a proactive approach towards prevention and apprehension. The new municipal code that council approved last month will go into effect in the middle of December. We've already began educating our officers and staff so they can take advantage of that new municipal code immediately once it becomes enforceable. Councilmember Sylvester had referenced an etching-related option, which basically connects the catalytic converter to a specific vehicle for easy identification if confiscated by officers or located at a reseller. Just a few weeks ago, a discarded catalytic converter was recovered in our city on the street, which was engraved and then spray painted with a law enforcement emblem. Officers were able to remove that emblem and identify the vehicle owner because of the engraving and return the device to a victim in a bordering city. We have contacted other jurisdictions with similar programs, and we have reached out to some vendors for pricing. One product we are evaluating is from CatGuard, which is the sticker that's listed up there. This is just one of many. It's a sticker with a special etching liquid that you put over the sticker. When the vehicle's turned on, the catalytic converter heats to its normal temperature. It will actually etch the number through the sticker into the catalytic converter. So even if the sticker is removed, the number is still etched into the metal. We are seeking funding sources, and there may be some logistical challenges for some trying to apply the product or register the identifier that we would need to work through as well before we can implement such a program. Different state entities have committed funding to these efforts, and we are tracking ways to apply when they do become available through the state. Lastly, it was previously mentioned, apprehension of suspects has become increasingly frustrating. Necessary changes have been made over the years to policies related to vehicle and suspect apprehension tactics, with the safety of the community and those involved in mind. Police agencies are having to consider new methods for stopping vehicles that immediately flee during enforcement stops, which is a daily occurrence for our officers. We are currently looking into some of these tools and methods with hopes of discouraging theft crews from coming to Daly City through increased apprehension statistics. Next slide. As for retail theft, it puts a significant strain on police department resources. As noted earlier in the statistics, our officers take several retail theft cases every day and respond to several other calls for service where cases may not be taken if resolved otherwise. We have proactively engaged key retail stakeholders in our community in attempts to prevent, reduce, and hopefully improve our response. We have had collaborative meetings with main retail centers, grocery and convenience stores, and are open to continuing dialogue with other stores. We have tried to leverage our online reporting platform for simple theft reports with no or limited suspect information. These online reports are all reviewed by our front desk staff and handed out to a patrol officer for further follow-up if necessary. We have met with major retailers, property managers, loss prevention officers, and security services to discuss observations and ways we can support one another in combating retail thefts. These meetings are scheduled quarterly or more frequently as needed or requested. Those we have met with have shared their frustrations and what they are seeing and have noted brazen and at times violent behavior from those committing these thefts. One effective way we have improved our coordinated response with some retailers is by helping them build internal cases on repeat offenders. Once they gather enough evidence on repeat offenders to satisfy a felony theft or burglary charge, they contact us and hand over their investigation, allowing us to book the individual and present a felony case for prosecution. Many of the larger retailers have extensive regional loss prevention programs and teams that track organized retail theft crews and can hand over substantial evidence upon arrest. Lastly, technology and general policing methods are other things that we are utilizing on a regular basis to prevent and apprehend retail theft suspects. We deploy extra personnel to retail centers when staffing permits. We place decoy vehicles as a prevention method, and we focus general operations such as parking enforcement, bicycle teams, and trained officers in traffic enforcement dense shopping areas. Our patrol officers and detectives work closely with the district attorney's office to ensure thorough and prosecutable cases. In one such organized retail theft case, we were able to recover an estimated $30,000 worth of personal care products from retailers. We were able to donate them, as the retailers didn't want them back, to a local San Mateo County partner, the Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse. And the photo on the bottom left was part of that seizure. We encourage retail centers to install automated license plate readers, and we have deployed license plate reader trailers proactively, which helps us efficiently investigate theft crews and can be used to alert local law enforcement to the arrival of unknown vehicles associated to similar investigations through hot lists. Almost all law enforcement agencies in the greater Bay Area have deployed fixed ALPRs throughout their cities to support investigations and alert local law enforcement of vehicles entering their jurisdiction that may be wanted for various law enforcement purposes or other related missing person cases. This technology has become common in society, and we are working closely with industry vendors to obtain deployment plans and purchase quotes with the hopes of coming back to council in the coming months to consider deploying this technology in Daly City as well. Last slide. So that really kind of covers the gist of the presentation, but I figured since we're entering the holiday season and thefts do tend to increase, we'd spend a quick minute going over some prevention tips for people to keep in mind. For your vehicle, do not leave any valuables in your vehicle while shopping, especially visible valuables. Try and keep your doors locked. Try and park in well-lighted areas. And if possible, shop with a family member or a friend. For personal security, stay alert and be aware of your surroundings. Do not leave your bags unattended in your cart or on the counter. Try and keep them on your person in some type of a secure bag or zippered bag. Keep valuables on your person, preferably in a secure bag, and only carry the necessary items. So leave all your other credit cards, any identification that's unnecessary at home if possible. For home prevention, if possible, coordinate any deliveries that you have coming for times that you'll be home. If not, create a safe space for those deliveries, either behind a planter box or designate a box that's inconspicuous to leave the deliveries in. Keep your doors locked and windows secure, and try and coordinate with a trusted neighbor to keep an eye out on your property. And I'm available for any questions or comments.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you. Acting Chief, I just want to say that for those that don't know that, I'm sure everybody else gets contacted. He acted immediately and the PD acted immediately. There was a young lady that was in TJ Maxx and had a backpack. It's another reminder. Carrying her backpack, she had her ID and her wallet in her backpack. And then she didn't know that somebody was close to her and was planned, and they unzipped the bag and obviously took her ID. They acted immediately. I want to let people know Daly City PD, they acted immediately, and even on any of the catalytic converters, everything that I've ever given them, and they've done an outstanding job on a limited number of police that we have. It's strained. And thank you very much for, I know there's several things that Councilmember Sylvester is going to mention because he attended the, what was it, a conference or?
Cities? Cal Cities?
Yeah, he'll elaborate on that as well. But when I remember when we discussed having the license plate reader on all the entrances of our freeways, because that is how people come from the outside to our beloved Daly City, where most of the people that come in to commit crimes in our city This is our community. So we have a safe community, we want to keep it safe. And if that's an avenue, then we can try to figure out where we can get state funds and to let people know when we get to that point, it does not interfere with any of their personal information, how it works, and things of that nature. But we need to take action, and I agree. This is just the beginning, and great report from the beginning. And also, I know that, again, Councilmember Sylvester will elaborate more on the cat guard. And then I just had glimpsed and saw that, because he had mentioned it, that the 500 residents in City of San Mateo received cat guard today. I don't know how it's dispersed, but again, this is the preliminary as well. And then who got 500, how much it cost, or whatever. But again, we need to be proactive here. Proactive. And it helps also our police department, which we only have, again, 50 officers. So we want to get them, we want to let people know you don't come to Daly City, you don't come here and mess with you want to keep our community safe, and you don't take their property. And then catalytic converter, I thought it was a great idea that you saw on the cat guard as well, and there's many other things that, that we can address, and then what we can do for the next steps. And as a council to move things forward and how we can get the resources for our PD as we're trying to gain new officers, because they can only do but so much and are definitely out there helping many people doing many things. And this is a great acting chief. Many of you have not seen him before, but Cameron Christensen, you're stellar on your work. When we ask you for something, you take action. You don't sit around. I let you know someone's in trouble or that they need a call. You get an officer to respond immediately in our community. And for those many things and more, on behalf of the community, on behalf of myself and the residents, to keep us safe, to our PD, and looking forward to take action on many of those things, to give you the tools, give what you need, so these people in this chamber and our residents and our community can come and go, enjoy this community, and let people know you don't get to come here and commit crimes here, because we're going to deal with it. And then I'll let Councilmember Sylvester, and I'll have something else later. But thank you for the stellar work, and looking forward to be proactive and moving forward. Thank you, and I know that. Councilmember Sylvester.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mayor. All right. Would you kindly put up the slide on the stats, please?
And I love the catalytic converter prevention.
On the stats.
Slide
Keep going. Right there. Assistant Chief Christensen, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
In 2019, how many officers did we have?
Yep.
We've fluctuated in the range of 75 to 90 over the last few years.
And in 2022, year to date, that is not the whole year, but year to date, how many officers do we have?
We've fluctuated significantly this year. At our lowest point, we've had some of the lowest staffing numbers that we've ever had since I've been in Daly City for 20 years. On patrol, I think in the March watch change where we did signups, I want to say we had probably 35, I think, or 37 patrol officers to cover 7 days a week, 6 beats throughout the city and 100,000 residents. So it was a struggle at the beginning of the year. We have since hired a significant amount. I think we've hired almost 20 year to date this year alone, which is a fifth of our department. So we're getting there.
All right, the point I wanted to make is you are doing more with less. And I have to commend Daly City PD in all that they do. That's the first point I wanted to make. You mentioned 3 locations where retail thefts are reported. Can you divulge the locations?
The larger retail centers.
Serramonte? I'll say it for you. Is it Serramonte was one of them?
Of course.
Is Westlake Shopping Center another one?
Yes.
I'm trying to think of the other. Is it King Plaza, the other one?
It wasn't King Plaza. It's just some of the larger retailers themselves, whether it be some of the convenience stores, the personal care stores like CVS, Walgreens,
Gotcha.
Safeway, those types of things.
What I'm leading to is I think we need to get buy-in from some of these retail centers in helping to prevent, number one, retail thefts, and assisting in the investigations of crimes that occur. cannot depend on the city or the state to do everything. And I think this is a great start with the collaboration, with the governor's new plan to put forth money for retail and catalytic converter theft task forces. Money will be coming down the pipe, and I think you've made a great move thus far because you have the stats to show, and you have stats to show what you've done. And who knows, this might be a mechanism to get more officers involved in just the retail theft task force and to get monies from grants. So I need you to hang in there because I strongly feel it's coming. I'd like to thank the city manager for considering the request and as a result of the great report you've given thus far. I'm a proponent for CatGuard. And as we move forward to considering CatGuard, as a matter of fact, I had made mention during a council meeting, maybe we should paint our catalytic converter pink. I see you change your patch from pink back to blue, and that would be easily identifiable. But the CatGuard, I think a recommendation I would like is that CatGuard be made available to Daly City residents only. So if you come in from another city and say, hey, I heard about CatGuard, can I get one? Nope, you gotta be a Daly City resident. I would also hope that it would be available to those Daly City residents who can prove that they've had their catalytic converter stolen. If it was stolen in San Francisco, it doesn't count. But if it was stolen in Daly City, oh, you're a prime candidate. We're going to consider you as part of this pilot program. So that's just a recommendation. On one of your slides, if we can go forward, please. Right there, that's CatGuard. And as you had made mention, you put that sticker on, and once you start up your car, the catalytic converter heats up, and it etches the number for life into your catalytic converter. Very easy. The other slide, I'm very familiar with that, and you had talked about apprehension. But I think that will come far and few in between, because when a crime happens and the suspect, they're leaving the scene, you got to have officers on that radio to say, okay, they're heading eastbound on Serramonte from Serramonte Shopping Center. You got to have an officer say at the intersection of Juniper Serra and Serramonte to deploy spike strips once they have the description of the vehicle. That might be kind of hard to do, but at least it's an arsenal in the toolbox, because not only for retail thefts, you can use those spike strips for any other sort of crime. Next slide, please. I've been harping on this for a long time, LPRs. I think that's part of the retail stores, as Councilmember DiGiovanni said, to get into those retail stores and you commit a crime and you leave that retail store, you have to go somewhere. So at the entrances of retail shopping, and that's only, I'm concerned with privacy concerns, but that's only in cases of where a crime has been committed. And I'm sure we'll have to come up with something on the books to determine when you can use those LPRs, but somebody needs to pay for them. Your next, not the next slide, but the next picture, the big word there is collaboration. We can't do this alone, ladies and gentlemen. You have to get the community to buy in, see something, say something, and report it, because we maintain those stats, and we keep maintaining those stats, and maybe that's going to be a way, yep, Daly City, you deserve some money, and this is what we've done. Next slide. Okay. Thank you for the slide on the healthcare products. Don't forget, we also have PBRC. They will gladly take donations and give them out to the community. And if the community knows, come down to PBRC. We got healthcare products. My wife is always buying this hair color. And, you know, and I remember in law enforcement when we would take retail theft crimes and the suspect is there, and the first question I would ask, what did they steal? Oh, he stole 2 steaks. Would you consider letting them go? Don't steal something you can't eat, because that shows specific intent that you're probably trying to put it on the retail market and make some money off it. But if you're hungry, I'm not advocating go steal food, but you know, it's something to be aware of, and I'm sure police officers, they're the ones who make that decision once they go on scene whether to move forward or to admonish. So good point you made, Acting Chief, about developing a caseload of investigation for redundant offenders. One thing I didn't hear, which I think we need to consider, and that's package theft. FedEx, UPS, they have trackers which they'll give to some, and put in some packages, not all, but it'll track the package. So if you steal the package, it can be tracked. Which leads me to another thing. Have any folks heard of Tile? AirTag? Well, the chief says, you know, protect your valuables, and if you leave some valuables in the car, or even your purse, or you're carrying your purse and somebody snatches your purse, if you have an AirTag in there, we'll track it. So maybe an investment on your part would definitely go a long way. Consider AirTag or Tile. I don't think it's going to happen, but I got Tile in my wallet. And I know where it's at. And it even tells me you're away from your wallet. So some good information that was given tonight, Assistant Chief, and I thank you so much. I wish you the best, and the police department continue the great work that you folks do. And hang in there, ladies and gentlemen. And we're doing the best that we can, and so is our PD, but we need your help as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Justin Manalo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation, Interim Chief Christensen. I want to say thank you to the entire DCPD and your efforts around catalytic converter theft. I definitely heard from constituents where individuals have gotten their catalytic converters taken not once, but twice after they've replaced it with a new catalytic converter. And so just seeing the impact to the community on creating a strategic plan to address this matter is truly important. I look forward to seeing what the statistics look forward ahead with the implementation of these addressing these concerns. Also, on what I think that is a wonderful organization with CORA, the Community Overcoming Relationship Abuse, and providing those retail items that may, some people that are in domestic abuse situations, sometimes they have to just leave their homes, and everything and anything is very helpful. So it's great to see that DCPD is working with CORA. Many thanks.
Vice Mayor Bonaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, I wanted to ask you some sort of more practical questions about, like, for example, the catalytic converter issue. So I get that the thieves, the one who take the catalytic converters, they should be held accountable. But the only reason they're taking them is to sell them. And I'm assuming, or if you could tell me or educate me, they're not selling them to individuals, they're selling them, would it be fair to say, to, I don't know, organized chop shops, or can you tell me a little bit more how when a thief gets the converter, where does it then land? And is there also a focus on reducing or having an effect on the demand for catalytic converters at the back end? Because I see the thieves as sort of the middleman. They're responding because there's a market for it. And what efforts are we doing to also make sure that that demand is going down?
I think it's a little bit of everything. I think there's individual resale to potential body shops or repair shops that they have a connection with, where people come in and say, hey, my catalytic converter got stolen. Well, they're just getting somebody else's old catalytic converter that was already stolen. So I think that's part of it. Other, like you mentioned, shops or resale shops, underground resale locations do exist. They will transport them out of the country for easier resale. And they still do some of the metal extraction from the catalytic converter, which was the primary focus and goal back in the day, was to extract some of the platinum and palladium and all these different metals that come out of different catalytic converters, and that's where the money was at the time. So I think that was one of the big things, but now there's such a huge demand for catalytic converters because of all the thefts that they're getting resale quite frequently. Now, each catalytic converter doesn't necessarily fit all vehicles collectively. It's kind of individual, so it's a little bit more challenging. I know that the state has, the governor specifically has signed some laws into effect that require proper documentation, ID, all those things that are required from taking in a catalytic converter. You have to be able to identify where you got it from. Now, that's not saying that every place that you turn it into is going to be upholding by the law, so there is that challenge. But there are things that are in place now through the governor's office that have started to combat some of that. They've also put a lot of the funding that was mentioned through the state did go to CHP for the purposes of task force specific to target these types of large organized theft-related cases and typical catalytic converter thefts as well. So not a specific answer, but a little bit of everything.
And then you said that the cat guard, the etching, that's a pilot project. It's a pilot project because there is a cost to giving away these labels, if you will. What do you envision the cost would be if we were to provide that to the people of the city?
Yeah, so I've reached out to the vendor, haven't heard back necessarily specifics on costing yet, and I'm sure there's bulk pricing. I don't want to necessarily rely on the information that we received from San Mateo, who started this with CatGuard, but they did purchase 500 items or pieces of the CatGuard product. I believe it was in the range of $8 to $10
each
per kit.
Okay.
So we're looking at several $1,000s to purchase those kits. San Mateo, again, I don't have their specifics in front of me, but San Mateo did offer it first come, first serve. No, that you had to be a resident of San Mateo, but they didn't differentiate between anything other than first come, first serve. The challenge that we're kind of recognizing is, well, one, we have to find the funding to purchase several $1,000s worth of these items. Number two is the challenges of some people may not have the ability to either low cars or ability to crawl underneath a vehicle, find the catalytic converter. So trying to find partnerships within the community that we do.
Yeah. So it's not as easy just for a person to just put it in their car. You have to have some help.
It could be a challenge.
Yeah.
You know, some of the vehicles that are low profile, trying to crawl underneath without jacking it up, trying to find the catalytic converter, get it on there, applying this liquid that then etches in. People may need help.
Okay.
So we need to find mechanics or stores that we're willing to partner with, and which is what San Mateo did. They were able to find a few mechanic shops that were able to partner with, set times on a specific weekend or something where people could show up. They would be supported by the police explorers in kind of going through the process. So the mechanic shops would put the sticker on, paint the liquid, and then we would support by, you have to go onto a website and upload your personal information, your vehicle information, and the CatGuard ID number. So we would kind of help support that as well.
Would that be an additional cost to the consumer to pay for the mechanic to do that?
I'd hope not.
Oh,
That's
well,
why we
yeah.
have to find some
Yeah.
shops that are willing to support
Okay.
so we're looking at some logistical challenges, and those are the ones that I was kind of referring to.
Okay. And then when you discussed some of the issues about theft and some of the things for the home, I often wondered, about what is the status of our neighborhood crime watch program, if we have one. Because I see in houses, I see the stickers, neighborhood crime watch, but I'm not really sure what it is. Is that really something we're doing? Is it coordinated? Do we need to ramp up? How is that working now?
So we as a police department have supported homeowners associations and different housing localities that have groups, and we'll go out and try and help them develop neighborhood watch style programs and give them some kind of templates to utilize as far as what it looks like, how they communicate, things of that nature. So we can support that. There are some entities online or groups online that can help you create and develop a neighborhood watch program. But we personally do not have currently an internal neighborhood watch team to support that. It's typically done through individual homeowners groups or property groups to some extent.
So if a neighborhood wanted to have a neighborhood watch program, is that something they go to the Daly City Police to coordinate with? Or they just do it themselves?
Do it themselves. We'd be more than willing to send some detectives or investigators or patrol officers out to just give some pointers, similar topics that are kind of mentioned here as far as just what to look for, how to create it, things to keep the community safe. We work really close with a few of the homeowners associations, and one that does a really good job is the Crestview Estates. They reach out to us on a regular basis, and they're a pretty tight-knit community, and they do communicate a lot. And they do have some of those automated license plate readers that they're purchased through the community themselves. So those are available for purchase by individual residents as well.
Are you finding that people are willing to share, for example, their Blink cameras or their home video that are monitoring their front yard and their packages?
For the most part, they are. We have signed up with Ring, who does the doorbells.
Yeah.
So they do have a law enforcement program through Ring where we've become part of and we've signed up. And it gives us the ability to, if we have a specific crime on a specific street, we can geofence through Ring and ask it. We can't look at anybody's video, but we can send a message to everyone in that general locality that has any Ring-related items. Say, we're looking for this during this time frame. If you're willing to share, please click here.
Nice.
So we do have things like that that are available. We have utilized that in the past.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just have thank you for the thorough presentation. I just have some questions to educate myself and maybe some of the public, but when we talk about like catalytic converters, why can't the etching be done at the manufacturing level? Are car manufacturers doing that, or?
I believe they are now. I don't want to commit to that, but I think as big as the problem has become, I think they are. And typically, nowadays, almost every piece of vehicle equipment has identifying VIN number sticker stuck to it. Every bumper, you name it. So, I mean, we'll go up to accidents sometimes where hit and run occurs and they'll leave a bumper. Well, the VIN number's right inside the bumper as well. So it's pretty common nowadays.
Got it. Okay. Well, I don't have any other additional questions or comments, but I just want to say thank you to you, to DCPD, and all the regional authorities in putting this together. I know it's been an issue on the hotbed for many residents here in Daly City and outside of Daly City, so thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Okay. All right.
Excellent.
So moving along to approval of minutes, can we get a motion to approve the regular meeting of November 14, 2022?
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Approval of agenda. Can we get a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Glenn Sylvester, so moved.
Second?
All those in favor, say aye.
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 This is public appearances and oral communications. So, my notes here. Oops. Thank you. So I know we have a few cards here for public comment. So I'm opening up general comment. So this portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the city council on any issue that is not on the agenda. And let me see this. So a portion of the agenda is, let's see, in accordance with the Brown Act laws governing regular meetings, the city council is not authorized to speak to or take action on any other items in this meeting. Members of the public joining in person who submitted a speaker card may come up to the podium one at a time when their name is called. Members on the public joining by Zoom may click the raise hand feature to request to speak. For those joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. When you hear your name called, you will receive a request to unmute your microphone. Okay. It is important to note that staff will announce the name of the last person whose hand was raised upon calling for public comment, and that person will be the last verbal comment. If any additional speakers queue up after the last caller, the mayor may continue to allow public comment if time allows. Otherwise, public comment may be emailed to city clerk at dalycity.org to be added to the record and shared with the city council. All speakers will receive a maximum of 2 minutes to speak and may only speak once. When your 2 minutes have been reached, we ask that you wrap up your comments. Speakers not in compliance will have their mics muted. So I have a handful of just general public comment, and we'll begin with Jason Hemp. Speaking on 499 Santa Barbara. Oh, that's item one. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that, Jason. Okay, we'll go ahead with Grace David, and your organization representative will be Dance with Grace. Grace.
Good evening. I'm Grace David. I have a few subjects to talk about, but I promise to make it real short. I've actually voted for every Daly City Council member here. Ms. Jocelyn Manalo, multiple times to Ray Benaventura, Mayor Das Magwal, Councilmember Sylvester, and Pamela Di Giovanni. I keep abreast of what's happening here as much as I can. Every council member here, with the exception of Pamela Di Giovanni, has held the office of mayor. Pamela has been voted in and re-elected. It's about time you give her a chance to take a turn as mayor. It really doesn't look good for a council with Filipino majority to monopolize the important seat that the community believes she's fully capable to hold, as evidenced by her recent re-election. You all have my respect as my community leaders. I hope you make this important, equitable decision. Please, I appeal to you, give her a chance to prove to us all that with her leadership, we can continue to have progress. My second agenda is the parking at the Manila Oriental and Classic Bowl area.
Excuse me, Ms. David, that we'll be talking about that as part of the agenda item.
Okay.
So you could leave those comments for later on.
All right. Okay. I would like to comment about the theft and crime prevention. We're all for the camera. It's public places, public areas. There should not be privacy concern because it's public area. It's just help for all of us, the community, to have the camera. So we do hope that the camera will be installed, or there will be more cameras for our safety. And lastly, the cannabis retail stores. Hopefully, the places that proposed retail store openings, hopefully they're beyond 1 block of schools. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Grace, thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Dante Abadam.
Good evening to all of you, and thank you for the opportunity that was given to me. There's only one concern and issue that I would like to raise to all of you, since I voted every time to all of you. But we notice when I speak, that's included my family, friends, and fraternity, which I'm and Masons. I've seen many times, and we've seen many times, that sitting mayor is being the same name all the time. And there's a lot of council members who serve more than one's term, and we would like to see that others, like Pamela Di Giovanni, be given opportunity so she can share her vision, her ideas, maybe enlighten the city more better to everybody. That's the only issue I would like to raise, and hoping that you will be given the opportunity to look on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rudy Batista.
Good evening to you all. Yes, as my friend Grace David has already stated about Pamela Di Giovanni, I am here also to support Pamela Di Giovanni has enough and sufficient abilities to be the next mayor of Daly City. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and hand it off to Leilani, see if we have any people online.
I see 2 hands raised online, both call-in users. The first one, please press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, my name is John Daly here. This is actually my town. I don't know if anybody ever realized that, but I want to follow up on a couple of things. I'm a little surprised tonight. We didn't receive the resignations we were looking for. Tom, I don't know what's going on. Major Tom over here. So what's happening, man? How come Maganini, Brown, and Van Hoogenblasen and Mothershead and all these people that destroyed our city in the planning department are still there? Next is Ray. Ray's still sitting up there. It's been 9 weeks, 63 days, when Pam had a charge filed against her. Ray was behind it. Ray's still sitting up there like a piece of trash that he is. Why is that sewer rat still in my city? So we need to get rid of him. We need to dispose of him. He needs to go back to the ghetto sewer that he came from. Also, Rod as well. Rod's a racist. Rod called Pam out on her skin color, so that's another one. Manalo for faking the alleged assault. Manalo lied to the cops. She lied to the DA. She lied to everybody. She lied to the community, and she never apologized for that. So we need to get rid of her as well. She turned all of the community members into suckers. That's why they're not showing up for her. And then, obviously, Dave Cancelo still owed $800,000 to the community from which he did his campaign for. We got to get the DA Wagstaff. Where's DA Wagstaff to press the charges? 7 weeks ago, or 9 weeks ago, 63 days ago, there was that allegation of assault. So we need to get on this stuff. CCWs for everyone in the community. Go apply for a CCW. Keep your family safe. It's called the concealed carry weapon. The sheriff will issue one as long as you're in good standing. Training. And then the Veterans Day event, November 11th, 2022. The Veterans Day was not advertised to the community. We're not invited again. So I don't know what the deal is with this council, but they just need to leave. Just leave. Just pack your bags and just leave. Leave my space. Leave my city.
Next caller, please press *6 to unmute.
So yes, I need to speak to Mary Ann Martinez once more. She needs to have this translated for her. So every citizen, as I mentioned previously, and she wants to also piggyback on me about this, every citizen should have a body cam and they should also have a CCW. We do not trust the police. We do not. The police have yet to. Christensen, you yet to have a community meeting. You yet to build trust in the community. That's why we can't go to you and say, well, let's do this. Let's have this enforcement. Let's have the cameras. Let's do this. You yet to connect with the community. You yet to build trust. And this goes back all the way back to when Mr. Allen was killed. There's still no community trust. You say, well, it's up to the community to do it. Well, they can't do it. You know why they can't do it? Because they don't have the support of the council and of the police department. So you need to build the trust. I keep saying this. You sent over the San Diego Police Department, showed you how they do it. They have meetings on a weekly, monthly basis. So, you know, I mean, everybody's going to say, hey, that's a great idea, right? Oh, I'm the city council, right? Oh, good idea. Okay, so next, the city council approved a raise for them after they've been found guilty of a murder of Mr. Allen, after they destroyed our property and they built housing. There's 60,000 vacant homes in San Francisco, and these jokers are building housing in Daly City. It's ridiculous. Racist comments have been made by Rod, filing false police reports by Manalo, and just, you know, restraining orders and all this other crap from Manalo. And, you know, Pam just sits there and takes it out in the way. I mean, she should file a lawsuit against Manalo, take her for everything. The DA needs to press charges. Manalo and Ray should be doing prison time by now. It's been 9 weeks, for God's sake. Okay.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Leilani. Moving forward to the consent agenda. Are there any items that would like to be pulled for the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor? Item number 5, please.
Okay.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda and pulling item number 5?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda with the exception of item number 5.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Oops. We have Mr. Chu.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Item number 5 is for amendment of traffic regulations. The first item is to remove 800 feet of commercial vehicle parking zone on the east side of Bayshore Boulevard, north of Geneva Avenue. The second item is to prohibit eastbound U-turn at San Pedro Road and Washington Street. The third item is to install a yield sign on the south approach of Hanover Street at Wellington Avenue. And the last two, the fourth item is 35 foot of no parking red zone north of the exit driveway at 995 East Market. And then finally, the last one is also a 20-foot no parking zone south of the exit driveway at 995 East Market Street. These items were reviewed by the city's Traffic Safety Committee, and the recommendation from the committee was to amend the aforementioned traffic regulations. If you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chu, I cannot thank you enough. So most people don't know that we have a traffic committee that consists of yourself,
Yes,
and so they know.
yeah, it consists of members from Public Works. It also consists of individual from planning, police, fire, and then also a water wastewater representative as well.
So this is just one of the examples. So this was reviewed by you, and the changes were brought upon for certain instances that you thought was good for the city, correct?
Requests that are made to the city are brought before the Traffic Safety Committee for discussion and for review. And based on that meeting, some items are recommended to implement, some items are not. the items here were recommended by the traffic safety.
So I know you're very busy, and so is our PD and the other members of the thing, but I want to thank you. So they meet once a month, so people that if you have an issue, and many people have contacted me, and when I say to the person, our resident, that they'll be in touch with you, Mr. Chu himself calls the residents himself, or someone else. Stephen Stolte usually handles it, and then he'll have it, and then he'll give it to PD, and then it'll go to the committee meeting, and you guys will review it. And I cannot, because safety is always key in our city, but these are things you don't see behind the scenes that goes on, and these are upon one of the many things that they do, and when they assess it, it means it gets better, because we have adopted a Vision Zero, and that we take that to heart, and safety in our community. So I want to commend you and your staff and our PD and Public Works and all the other wastewater and everyone involved, because you're really out there saving lives and you don't think it, but you really are saving lives, because I hear back from the residents, which sometimes you don't always get to hear the happy part, but and they have great building relationships as well in our community, so I appreciate that. And thank you for doing this in the Bayshore area, especially, and the other things are removing the commercial vehicle in that area. You have a lot to do in the city, so thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to pull number 5. That's it.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your report. And with that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item number 5 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Yeah. And so we have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes. Going down to communications, to item number 13, request for reconsideration of special assessment lien at 499 Santa Barbara Avenue, APN 003-121-010.
Mr. Mayor, at this point, we would request that the council table this item. There has been some recent developments on this case. If we can entertain a motion to table it.
Glenn Sylvester, I'll make a motion as per the city attorney to table this item.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 So it'll be tabled. Okay. Number 14, item number 14, request for reconsideration of zone change ZC-09-21-015237, amendment to PD 47 planned development standards and approval of parking management plan for King Plaza Shopping Center, 950 through 980 King Drive, and we have Mr. Michael Van Luckhausen.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. This is a request for reconsideration by the owners of the property adjacent to the King Plaza Shopping Center. The City Council on November 14th adopted a parking management plan and some amendments to the zoning that pertained to the King Plaza Shopping Center, and the adjacent property owners requested that the council reconsider the item. The details of that are in the staff report. If there's any questions about who can vote on that, we can certainly answer those questions. Yeah, and if there's any questions of city staff, can also answer that.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Buenaventura.
So I guess I have a procedural question. So for the council to reconsider an item, what are the rules regarding the number and the voting members voting on the reconsideration?
I can respond to that. So an item comes before the council to request a reconsideration. The prevailing parties, meaning the parties that voted in favor of the item, which I believe is 4 of the council members, may make a motion to reconsider the item, and upon that motion, you would need just a majority for it to go on the next agenda meeting for the item to be heard. So this is just to hear whether or not the council would like to make a motion to reconsider the item.
Okay. So in order for this to move forward, someone needs to make a motion to reconsider.
That is correct, and the council member has to be prevailing party, which I believe are 4 of the council members.
Okay. And then, obviously, someone needs the second, and then there's a vote.
And it's just a majority, yes.
Understood. Okay, that's my question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Glenn Sylvester.
Mr. Lockhausen. Sorry. I probably was going to ask you this question later, but I'll give you something to think about, or maybe perhaps you'll be able to answer. Did you assist in this parking management plan in making recommendations to the applicant? In other words, employee parking, set aside a certain spot for employee parking, or consider a place for employee parking?
Yes, in the staff report to the city council, the city staff identified a need for a location for employees to park.
Excellent. And did any recommendation include the availability of handicap parking?
There were no changes specific to handicap parking other than what's available at the site currently.
Okay. Did you have a chance to read the Walker Parking Consultant report?
Yes, we took that into consideration when we made our recommendation, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lockhausen. That's all I have.
Not till after public comment.
What's that?
We have public comment.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let me check it. All right. With that, I'd open up to public hearing.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, if possible, I do have an understanding that there are representatives from both King Plaza as well as Classic Bowl. If you can take those matters first before taking the public comment.
Let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead with the representative of King Plaza.
My understanding, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, are you considering 10 minutes
10
on
minutes.
each side?
10 minutes each.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Thank you. I, for the benefit of people here, wanted to explain what I put in a letter to the council previously in response to a letter requesting the reconsideration. In that letter, the author, Mr. Hudak, asserts that the Walker study had nothing to do with this plan and that it was an amateur plan. The city does not allow property owners to submit their own plans to the city unless an expert develops them and signs off on their plans. First, I remind you that the parking management plan, as it was just stated to you, was also reviewed by your own staff and recommended approval to you after recommending amendments to it to the Ho family. And the Ho family listened to what the staff had to say and agreed with those amendments. A full and complete copy of the Walker Consulting Report was provided to your staff, and as he just told you, he reviewed it as we had asked him to do. That recommendation was for employee parking in the upper lot, for transportation demand management, for both the carrot and the stick, so the employees would park there, and for 1 hour and 2 hour parking in the areas closest to where it was needed in the shopping center, and as a concession to the bowling alley, providing more than half the spaces with unlimited timed parking, because for 11 years in a litigation, the owners of the property on which Classic Bowl is located were demanding no time limits on parking. The first time you heard about 4 hour parking limits was on November 14th. That's the first time we heard about 4-hour parking limits as well. This parking management plan was provided to DPV, the owners of the land, in December of last year. We heard nothing from them except no until they came to this council meeting and last November 14th told you they wanted a 4-hour parking plan for the whole shopping center. As you are aware, property owners may apply for city permits by submitting their own plans. Consultants are hired to assist, but a property owner doesn't have to accept every consideration of the consultant's recommendations. In this case, the Ho family decided that they were trying to be good neighbors here and provide more than half the parking spaces with no time limits as a concession to their neighbor. The second contention in that letter to the city is that the city has no right to act on a parking management plan which impacts a private person's purported easement. And we've rebutted that in our prior letter, so I won't go into it all over again. We've also rebutted that in our filings with the court. The city, through its police power, has not only the right, but the obligation to enact zoning regulations for the use of all private property within its boundaries. That's your job. One of those many conditions in which the zoning ordinance that was adopted in 1998 included was parking management plan approved by the city. This is the first time since 1998 that the city has approved a parking management plan as far as we can tell from the city records. Now you have before you whether you want to open once again to all of the comments, hear all of those folks come down here and tell you their side of the story. And of course, I commend you for having that happen, for listening to all those comments very seriously. But you did all of that. You did the right thing on November 14th. You heard all of those comments. You heard all of the comments from King Plaza. You heard all of the comments for Classic Bowling, from DBP that owns the land, from everyone's representatives, everybody who bowls, everybody who shops, everybody who buys bread. Everybody told you their story. You heard it all, and you took action. You don't need to reconsider that again. You've done everything procedurally you needed to do. You considered all of the information, and you came to a considered opinion about it. Now, there was a mention in a further letter that what was presented to you was somehow or another misrepresented about the impact of Walker Consulting. I contacted the person who wrote the Walker Consulting report after I received that and asked her if she would like her response entered into the record, and she would. So with your consent, I would like to do that because that's been raised. Hello, Janet. In reviewing the email in reference to my statement in that email, this is an email sent by Mr. Hudak, by exact, I meant that Walker did not write the 2-page parking management plan or design that site plan. I stated that in 2018, Walker conducted a parking demand study and developed recommendations for the site. Those recommendations are attached. They include specific parking space plans for sections A, B, C, 1-hour parking, and section D, 2-hour parking. Walker recommended hourly parking restrictions. On-street parking, 80 spaces available to employees. Walker called out that one disadvantage of on-street restrictions is that it might hinder employees' ability to park in the area, but they also recommended hourly restrictions on Shipley Avenue. Employee parking. Employees shall park in section E, which we believe refers to the upper corner lot, and consult on ways to reduce employee parking through transportation demand management. Walker recommended an employee TDM program. Walker also found available parking supply in section E, referred to as zone 3 in our report and in the graphic, and Walker recommended hourly restriction enforcement. Now, this is, and I don't know that you can see it from here, this is the graphic from the Walker study. We found that Google Map, sectioned off into zones, was a little bit hard to follow, and that you all probably didn't want to read a 25-page report. And so that was distilled into the 2 pages that listed exactly what was going to be parked where and for how long. And we gave you this diagram because we thought this would be more readable for you. So I conclude again by asking that you not reconsider this matter, that you have taken a great deal of thought and consideration as your staff has done, as my clients have done, and as Walker Consulting has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we can get representatives from Classic Bowl, Mr. Mark Hudak and Mr. Matt DiVincenzi.
Is this mic working here okay? Members of the council, good evening. Mark Hudak. I represent DBP, and I have with me Matt DiVincenzi, who operates Classic Bowling Center. You know us from the previous meetings. Thank you for taking the time to take one last look at this. It's really important because it could have long-lasting consequences for the bowling center. The Planning Commission and this City Council were led to believe that the parking management plan that you were presented with had been developed in coordination with and in consultation with a parking consultant in San Francisco, now identified as Walker Consulting. And that turned out not to be true. And in fact, the email that was just read to you by Ms. Fogarty confirmed that Walker Consultant did not draft the parking plan, did not draft the schematic that went before you, and we still to this day do not know who wrote that plan. And don't you think you should know that? Because if this plan turns out to be a disaster and the bowling center is put out of business, don't you want to know who was responsible? More important, what was presented to you is not consistent with the findings of the Walker report or the prior consultant whose report they were reviewing. Nowhere in those reports is there a recommendation that half of the parking spaces be untimed. There's a specific recommendation that for the purpose of the bowlers, there be 2 to 3 hour parking for their benefit. Why does that matter? Because if we have untimed spaces, as I tried to explain last time, that means 100+ shopping employees are going to take those spaces. And they're going to be competing with bowlers and diners and shoppers for those spaces. And that doesn't work because they're untimed. If those spaces were timed, whether it's 3 hours or 4 hours, whatever, then the employees can't park there and the parking management plan has a chance to work. All we have asked for from the start is that a neutral parking consultant look at what's being proposed, help the council and staff understand what are the consequences of this allocation of spaces. What does it mean to have untimed spaces? Is it being generous to the neighbor or is it fatal to the neighbor? How are the trucks going to get in and park? How is that employee lot going to work? Those are things that ought to be studied by a neutral consultant. If this plan that's been proposed and now approved is a good one, it'll be confirmed by your consultant. But if it's a bad plan, as we know it to be, that consultant will come back to you and tell you and make recommendations about how it can be improved. What's the harm in that going forward? That's all we've asked. Now, Matt had some specific comments he wants to make about the parking lot that's supposed to be there for some 50 or 60 employees, and that's never been addressed by this parking consultant either. Go ahead, Matt.
Right. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us to speak on in regards to our request for reconsideration. If you can go to the next slide. I want to touch on one aspect of this plan that I feel has been misrepresented, and that is the employee parking lot. This is the plan that they have proposed, and on the next slide is the plan that I have redlined based on what actually happens at the plaza. So the upper parking lot that has the truck unloading has, that's where the trucks are unloading currently today. So with the thought that the employees are going to be parking in that lot, the trucks are not going to be able to unload nor be able to maneuver in and out of that lot. And so vice versa. If there's a bunch of trucks unloading in there, you're not going to be able to get 61 employees parking there. Currently, it's probably about 30 available spaces during this time of unloading. And so basically, we've also figured that out of the 159 untimed spaces, we marked that in the purple color to give some perspective on where the other employees are going to park. If there's approximately 80 to 90 employees in the plaza, they're going to have to park somewhere else. There's only 30 spaces in that upper lot, and so they're going to be forced to park inside the main lot, taking up untimed spaces for customers of all the other businesses. So as you can see, the only number that changed was the E and then the employees and the loading. So from 159 spaces that were untimed, we're essentially saying there's 40 available, not only and not designated to the bowling center, but for all customers in the plaza. So if they're going to Starbread, they can park in an untimed spot when really they only need a 20-minute spot or a 1-hour spot. So that's just something that we wanted to highlight to show that realistically we don't have 159 spaces. That is half the lot approximately, but we're not designated those spaces. And based on all of our reports, there's 90 to 100 employees, and we need roughly 120 spaces. So 40 just isn't going to cut it. So this is what we wanted to highlight. If we can go to the next page. So on the current proposal, they're only showing 8 spaces for unloading the trucks. And as far as untimed spaces, 53. But in reality, they're taking up about 31 spaces while they're unloading the trucks, which leaves only 30 spaces. Based on my communication with the planning division, they're in agreement that based on the photos that we provided, that it'll be very difficult for the trucks to be unloaded, for the market to maneuver through the lot with the lot being filled with employee cars or vice versa. So here are some of the photos that we take on a daily basis. And quite frankly, some of the photos that you've seen from the past have an empty lot. And to be honest, that's the exception, not the rule. I mean, we have trucks unloading on a daily basis, parking wherever they want to unload. And I get it, they need to unload, but if you're forcing the employees to park in those spaces, I just would like someone to tell me how these trucks are going to be able to maneuver in and out of the lot. And on top of that, they're not supposed to block any ingress or egress of any parking spaces, which is very critical, right? We're going to get somebody boxed in, or there's a car that's going to get damaged while this truck's trying to make a tight turn, when in reality, it just doesn't work. And I speak from someone with experience. I live there, I breathe there, I'm there every day. And so this isn't just something that happens once in a while. This is every day. You can keep scrolling. As you can see, we have large trucks, we have small trucks, there's 18-wheelers, semis, and they're taking up I mean, I guess I'm being generous that 31 spaces are taken up by the trucks when it can reality be more than that. But how are employees supposed to park in that lot with that type of activity? We can keep scrolling. So just another example, parking every which way. And I get it, the market needs to be able to unload trucks. And they need to be able to get product, because if they don't have product, they can't sell it. But at the same time, is how are we going to combat the employee parking? Because really, we don't have 61 spaces up there. You can just keep scrolling. So these are the larger trucks, more than probably, they're there every day, these types of trucks. So I'm just worried that they get stuck in there, they're not gonna be able to get out, or damage the vehicles that are in there for the employees. One thing that has kind of miffed me a bit is how we're going to enforce this. We have a parking plan, we have time spaces, but as far as how it's going to be enforced, to me, it's been unclear. How will this occur? Who will do it? Are they going to mark tires? Are they going to have meters? Again, discussion with the planning division agrees that the enforcement, including towing, will create more congestion in the lot than already exists. On top of that, the tenants, we talked about tenant violations if they don't park in the upper lot. Quite frankly, it's only going to be upon lease renewal that the condition in the lease is to show that they need to park in the upper lot. So currently, if they have a 5-year lease or a 10-year lease left, they're not going to be subject to that violation, and they'll be able to park inside the main lot in an untimed spot, taking up a customer's parking space. And quite frankly, that's why there's no turnover in the main lot, because if you have 60 or 70 employees parking in there, they're not going to be turning over in 1 hour or 2 hours. There's a video, Leilani, if we could just play one of the videos. We have a couple of videos of semi-trucks trying to come into the lot. So, I mean, you can see there's probably only like maybe 15 or 20 cars in there. And this guy's trying to pull in, and he's having the Austin Powers in because he doesn't have enough space. So, again, if you're requesting that there's 61 employee cars up there, or somewhere upwards of 50, how is this going to work? All I'm trying to do is point out somewhat of a flaw in the plan and try to address it before this big truck damages somebody's car or something worse happens. Just play the other video. It shows there's just 5 or 6 trucks in there and taking up more than half the lot. Well, I mean, we don't have to show that video, but it was just an indication that there's multiple trucks in the lot at any given time, parking every which way, which will prevent a number of employee parking up there. So again, next steps, all we're suggesting is that somebody else takes a look at this. Somebody addresses the truck, somebody addresses the employees, and really understands what it's going to take to get a plan that works for everybody. Right? We're not just saying, hey, it just needs to work for Classic or DBP or just for King Plaza. We would like to come up with a collaborative plan that says we want to work together and understand what it's going to take to get there. And quite frankly, some assessment from another consultant may be able to help bridge that gap. So I appreciate the time and the possibility to reconsider. All we're looking is for a fair shake here.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Roman, any questions?
Great, thank you. I open it up to my colleagues if you have any questions for either party.
Yes, I'll start.
Councilmember Sylvester.
It's for DBP, Mr. Hudak.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I read in your letter, it says, had been developed through consultation with a parking expert, Walker Consultants. So basically, the letter says this parking management plan had been developed by Walker consultation. Is that correct?
That's not, I don't think that's what I said. What I was trying to convey was you've been told by Ms. Fogarty that the plan presented to you had been developed in consultation with Walker. And that turns out not to be so, because they had never seen the two-page plan and didn't have any input in it. They wrote a report 4 years earlier, but they didn't translate that report into an actual parking management plan. That's really what it comes down to.
Okay, well, I tend to agree with you. Walker Consultant made recommendations, and subsequently a parking management plan was developed based upon the recommendations. If not, the parking management plan exceeded the recommendations. Does anywhere in the, well, I guess this might be a question for Ms. Fogarty, but you're free to answer it. Is there any way in the Walker Consultant report, does it indicate a recommendation for 4-hour parking?
No, for 2 and 3 hour parking for the bowlers. Not 4 hours, but 3 hours would work.
Okay, thank you.
But they didn't make the recommendation for the untimed spaces, which are the ones that are just, that's what does the harm.
I agree. I completely agree. And I think at the last council meeting, I had asked, what is it that you want? And I didn't get a direct answer. Right now, we have 100% untimed spaces, and it's not working. We got 100%. And I tried to help come to a happy medium as to what is requested. Now I'm hearing hire another neutral consultant. And, you know, I just don't like the play on words here, because I think it's confiscating the issue here. I just want to get right to the point. That's just my feeling. Who commissioned the Walker report? Ms. Fogarty?
That came from the shopping center owners.
The shopping center owners. And Walker did not author, review, or approve the parking management plan. Does it say that Walker had to author the parking management plan?
No, but that was the implication to you was that the parking management plan had been developed with professional consultation, and that's not so.
Had been developed with professional consultation. Okay, so, okay. Did Walker, were they supposed to review the parking management plan?
They should have.
Does Walker have to approve the parking management plan?
They should have.
Okay. It was listed here. We don't have 159 spots. Have you ever had 159 spots?
We've had access to 330.
Had access to specifically 326 untimed spots. So let's be specific here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now we're talking about the parking of the trucks. Thank you for the video.
You're welcome.
I have to admit, maybe we should come up with another plan and put the employees maybe in the pink section. Could you kindly pull up the slide that you have of the parking management plan? Thank you.
This is the one that I did. Go ahead.
Well, this is the one I want.
Okay.
So the employee parking is basically at the bottom left.
Well, essentially, with the pink and the dark purple, including the loading zone, where all the pink spaces or the untimed spaces were.
Okay.
I redlined this to show, hey, the trucks are taking up about 30 spaces.
On the employee side?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Okay. You said in your statement that you should not block the egress or ingress of folks coming into the shopping plaza.
No, just parking spaces.
Yeah, you should not block those parking spaces. I completely agree with you. So my question is, has deliveries to Classic Bowling, have they blocked the area between the main building and Classic Bowling? Have they ever blocked that lane of traffic there?
Typically, the trucks park on King Drive.
That's not what I'm asking you, sir. Have they ever blocked the alleyway between the main building and Classic Bowling? Have they ever done so?
I mean, maybe, Glenn. I mean, I can't tell. I can't give you a specific. It's not often.
Okay.
It's once in a blue moon.
Okay, all right, not a problem.
Being honest with you.
Okay, you can be honest with me because we can get pictures of showing trucks blocking the egress and ingress of not only Classic Bowlers, but of folks of the main building. We can get those, not a problem.
Yeah, but I'm telling you
Okay.
that these trucks that double lot are doing this on a daily basis.
So where does those trucks supposed to park if they need to deliver to Classic Bowling?
Typically, they park on King Drive. The beer deliveries and the Cisco delivery gets delivered and they park on King Drive.
So they park outside on King Drive where there's other vehicles parked out there, so they may double park. Is that correct?
True, just like they do
Thank
on
you.
Callan.
Thank you.
Just like how the Manila double parks on Callan and unloads their trucks there.
Now, it was also mentioned about having a neutral consultant come back after creating a neutral consultation as to how the parking should be. So what do you mean by neutral?
So, somebody that's hired by the city, that's paid for equally by DBP and by King Plaza, that we both pay for. They come up with an assessment, either confirms that this is okay, or has a different plan, or has a plan that is both plans mixed together. But obviously, the trucks unloading. I mean, to me, the trucks unloading in the top lot are causing a majority of the problem.
Okay, so now we're worrying about the trucks. And before, we were worried about the bowlers and giving them a place to park. Okay, thank you.
But if the trucks are taking up spaces for employees that are going to be parking in the main lot, those are where the customers would normally be parking.
No, the main lot is supposed to be for employees.
No.
The top part on,
Yeah, what I'm saying, Glenn, is that where the truck unloading is happening, it's taking up about 30 spaces that employees will be parking in. But instead, now they're parking inside the main lot. They're parking inside the main lot, which is now creating 30 spaces that might not turn over for 8 hours because of the fact that they can't park in the upper lot.
thank you. It's also mentioned that if there's a neutral consultant to come up with a plan to which is paid for by both parties, and we try out this plan, and if it doesn't work, we call the neutral consultant to come back in again. You said that, Mr. Hudak. What you said is, if it doesn't work, we can call the neutral consultant to come back in and say, hey, this is not working, how can we make it work?
Yeah, well, that's the benefit of having your own consultant, is if things need adjustment because they don't work out exactly as you expected, then you have somebody that you can rely on that is the city's consultant and is responsible to you, not an advocate for one side or the other.
And I guess the question is it helpful to do it now, well, before we have a bunch of problems with trucks and cars getting damaged, for them to do this assessment before it becomes a problem? To try to mitigate.
Exactly my point, Mr. DiVincenzi. So what I'm getting at is the city's not going to be liable if the plan does not work.
Understood.
Well, your attorney just says, well, you can come back and get the city to say to this company it's not working.
Well, I mean, I'd hope we'd have some opportunity to come back and say that
Okay.
there's a problem, right?
So the present parking management plan that we agreed to, how do we know if that's not going to work?
I mean, just from the... Because the truck parking, as you can see, it isn't realistic, and because the untimed parking spaces are going to be taken up by employees, they don't turn over, and therefore there's not enough parking spaces for the bowlers.
Customers in general.
Thank you. You just segue into my next question, is what you brought up is enforcement. That is up to the both of you to figure out how it's going to be enforced. You get the license plates of your tenants or your bowlers. You maintain a database. If they're in untimed, unlimited spots, good, they got it. But it's between both sides to maintain that information. That is something that has to be worked on. So whether there's a lease agreement, to which I don't want to get involved with lease agreements, it's for the both of you to work out. We have a plan, but it's for the both of you to work out and make it work. I can't see constant bickering going back and forth and trying to confuse the issue. I can say for a fact that right now, 100% untimed spaces is not working. It is not working. If we wanted a neutral consultant or a consultant that somebody should have had before in the past, we should have done it within the past 7 years. Why now? Is it because it's on the agenda now and we are forcing something to be done? That's my concern. And my last concern is whatever happened to property owner rights? Who owns the land? I tell you what, if you park in front of my house, in my driveway, just because there is a store across the street, and if I don't allow parking in front of my driveway because of the store across the street, and they may go out of business, I'm sorry, but I own the land in front of my driveway.
Mr. Sylvester, if I may, please, you, in your hypothetical, you may own the land, but if there is an easement over it, then I would have the right to park on your land.
You know what? And sir, I completely agree. But right now, there's no recorded easement, nothing on file. It should have been placed on file, and that is what you're going to court for. I'm not going to debate with you. This is just my thoughts. And I'm trying to develop a case here after we spent so much time, and then you're asking for so much time again to reconsider. That is my primary concern here. It's taking up a lot of time. We're taking up time from the community. We want to hear from both sides. I think we spent a lot of time at the last meeting. I'm sorry, I just got so many notes here, and I just want to make sure I cover them. I'm sure I'm going to have some more questions and comments later on. Thank you so much.
Very well, thank you for your thoughts.
All right, that's all I have.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues? If not, I would like to motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 First one is Tammy Ho. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Tammy Ho. I am the owner at King Plaza. I spent a lot of money to purchase the King Plaza, and plus I spent a lot of money to buy the majority, the land, which is about 95% of the parking land I purchased. And the reason I pay a lot of money to buy all the parking land is because I want to make sure insurance for all my tenants, they're able to have parking spot for their business customer. And thanks for And also, I want to thank a council member approved my parking management plan on the November 14. And I urge the council, please don't consideration, for your approval on the November 14 for my parking plan, parking management plan. Thank you so much. You folk work too hard and have a nice evening and happy holiday. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dory Panisa.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor Ray Benaventura, Glen Vista Council Member, Fam Pamela, and then Jocelyn Manalo. You just mentioned I'm the president of PBRC, serving the community, not only in Daly City, but the whole Bay Area. I'm doing, especially for my Ageless Seniors Club members, 150 and more every Wednesday. They keep asking me because they've been here listening, like Glenn Sylvester, Council Member Sylvester. You are funny, not the word what funny, but they've been here waiting to listen for the right, what is wrong. For how many meetings that were here until I've been here until 1 o'clock? This case is not even solved. Why? I'm just asking, sir, both of you guys. Who is the owner of the King Plaza? That's what they're asking me. I said, this family, Tommy Who, and then Mr. Louie, and then. So I said, why they are arguing about the parking? Even the owner was sharing the parking. Why they are demanding for 4 hours? That the owner that I've known, she's sharing everything. She's not even selfish. The people there, all the seniors asking me, Dory, I'm tired listening there because they don't have right to demand for these people here, the owner of the King Plaza there, because it's your land. You own the land, so they should work for you. They didn't even pay you for the parking. That's what they told me. So that's why I'm the one to speak for them, because they're tired listening for this nonsense You're the owner. Like you own the house. You can't even let them to park in your driveway. And then they said, wherever you go, they only allowed you 2 hours parking. The meters, anywhere except your property. So, sir, ma'am, I don't know why we keep coming here that abusing this lady. Feel sorry for her. Look at her age. She's been here. She's been dying for 7 years. Even she owned the land. Is my minutes over? Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. I'm not the hero. I'm just helping the community.
Next up, we have James Barrett. James Barrett. And then after James, we'll have Onyi Wee.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm here on behalf of Manila Market. And the fact of the matter is, Manila Market is the anchor tenant for King Plaza. They have grocery deliveries. They serve the people of Daly City. I turned in a petition last time of 900 names. The host turned in a petition of another 1,300 names. These are petitions of people that live, shop, and enjoy King Plaza. They can't be excluded. They came here, they wrote their names, they're presenting to this council the need for a parking plan. For the last 2 meetings, you've listened closely to the people of Daly City. In your wisdom, you made a decision. You made a decision based on the facts, the data, the excellent analysis by Mr. Sylvester, who brought up key questions, but the facts remain the same. The people that own King Plaza have gone out of their way to help their neighbor, Classic Bowl. It is not Classic Bowl that should be telling them that they have to sacrifice their property. They should work together, and they have. They have come up with a parking plan that works together with their neighbor. Thank you very much.
Yi. And then after Unyi, we have Hua Zing Wang.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Council Member. Hi, everyone. I believe you guys have made the right decisions on November 14 meeting after hearing all the comments from the both sides and the public. Since there are various usage for King Plaza, implementing time restriction will encourage the turnover of parking spaces, hence helping solving the problem. The parking management plan is fair and even more than fair. Both sides should try the parking plan before waste any more time of the community and everyone. Therefore, there's no reason to reconsider. It's a waste of time. Please do not reconsider your vote. Thank you.
Let's see, Hua Zin Wang. And then after Hua, we have Justin Chung.
Good evening, Daly City Council member, Mr. Ho. Proposal from last meeting was fair. So please do not consider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Justin Chung and then Sunny Kang.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I come here today is I believe the proposal, Mrs. Ho, is correct, very fair. I please don't reconsider the decision from last meeting. I just want to say it. Thank you.
Next we have Sunny Kang. Sunny? Going once, twice? Okay. Sunny Kong. And then after Sunny, we have Gaber Shalalbi.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Sunny Kwong. We had a lengthy public hearing a couple of weeks ago in the last meeting. I think you've heard both sides of the comments for hours on out. And you also have carefully studied the plan, I believe, then before you come up with the recommendation to go ahead with the plan. So I don't see why the reason why today we have to raise the question to reconsider again. Mr. Sylvester says it best. He pointed out everything that is legitimate. Why go through it all again? You guys studied very carefully before making that decision 2 weeks ago, right? So I'm here just to urge you not to reconsider, to open up the whole thing again. Thank you.
Next up is Gaber Shalalbi. And then after Gaber is Brian Chen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the members. I really first want to thank you so much for your effort, and I really appreciate your hard work, and I don't appreciate anybody come life and big on your hard work. You have another jobs, and you're doctors, and you spare your time to help us. This is really appreciable, so thank you so much. Second, we came here so many times. I just want to make it clear. The key for anything, it's negotiable, and anybody like say no, yes, is the vote. Even when we come to this country, we vote for the president, okay? You heard the votes based on all the facts, all the maps, all the talking, and all the people talking, and you vote. So please, how can you vote and you give the result of the vote? It's exactly the result of the game. The game is finished, 2-1 to this team, that's it. Can we reconsider a game again? No. Can we call Mr. Biden again? We said, will you vote? No. Please, reconsider, no more vote, please no. Thank you so much.
Next up is Brian Chen. And after Brian will be Stephen Soon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council member. My name is Brian Chen.
I think Mrs. Ho's parking plan is really fair, and you guys already make a very good decision last 2 weeks ago. So it has been a long time. So please know this consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up is Stephen Soon. And then after Stephen is Tony Spitolini.
Good evening. So let's be honest, there will be no perfect plan. Just like the city of Daly City always come up with new plans, but we always change. Okay, change is a constant. But in this case, there are 159 free parking space, 76 street parking. That's more than adequate. It would not really hurt this particular bowling center. However, this inequity in parking has caused devastation that's lopsided against the King Plaza tenants, Manila Market. So after 7 years of this whole thing going on, and I'm pretty sure that you're sick and tired of it, and you have exhausted all the means of coming up with a very fair, like parking management plan, but your city department has recommended, and they concur with the current plan. So what's more to discuss? So I urge that you do not reconsider this thing, because otherwise, unless you have another 7 years or a decade to really deal with this, it will never end. So come up with a plan, do it. If it is not workable, we always have a chance to come back and revisit it, all right? So, but in this case, we have to really make King Plaza tenants, okay, have a chance to really make a living, okay? And so that all the employees and Ms. Tammy Ho, as the owner, being so fair for them, I would say let's go ahead and make sure that all the things that you approved last time, you don't reverse it yourself today.
Next up is Tony Spitolini.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time tonight. I read both letters submitted to you from both parties. What was concerning to me was a statement saying that there was some amateur making a decision. If I recall right, your staff did the analysis of the parking out there and came back with a recommendation. I don't believe they're amateurs. City council don't hire amateurs to do the work that's important to the city. Councilman Sylvester, you brought up a lot of points I could talk about all night long, especially with the trucks and stuff like that. And I've been aware many times how many trucks were blocked in that street that you were talking about, and there was no concern about people having inconvenience. You studied the plan, you looked at all the reports, you have a great deal of knowledge about what the issue is. I believe you made the right decision at the last meeting, and to reconsider it, there would have to be something really significant to say, let me think about it or change my mind. But there's nothing been new, no significant issues brought up that would change what you made a decision on. And that, to me, would be why I would reconsider if there was something very significant that you didn't hear the last time that was brought to you that you had to rethink what you did. None of that was brought up tonight. You made the right decision, and the right decision to move forward would be fair. What I heard tonight from Classic Bowling is, what about us? We're going to lose this, we're going to lose this. I didn't hear anything about, what about the impact on the rest of the center, the impact it's having on it. So I think, and I know you did, you made the right decision after studying all the facts, listening to your own staff, looking at the Walker report. I didn't see anyone in it that was amateur, in my opinion, and it was concerning to me that they would use that term. So again, I appreciate the time and effort that you put in. Please do not reconsider. Go forward with your decision. Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Wong and Joji Mercado.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen. I'm the owner of Thai Seafood Restaurant. Probably you guys know Cars Bowling and Marine Supermarket is two of the biggest tenants with a server. The plan you guys approved was come up by Mr. Ho. It's very fair. And 95% of the tenants agree with it because 99% the current unlimited parking will impact our business or other tenants. Some of the small business owners, they already closed down in the last couple of years. And our business already come down, which I told you last time. And that's huge impact. The plan is really, there's an issue which we need to address it. The owner of the land came with a plan, which is fair all the tenants. 95% of the tenants already approve it, agree with it, and include you guys. And it's very fair. So I don't think we need to waste everyone's time again to come back this issue again. And we should go ahead with the plan and see how it works. Hopefully they're going to helping all the tenants there. And everybody can continue with their business, make a living, and they don't need to shut down the business. And all the saving, all the hard-working saving with the business, they can continue and make a living for their life. And the land belongs to the Mr. Ho family. It's their right to make change. It's not Cars Bowling. It's not your neighbor. It belongs to them. I don't think the city has the right. It's belongs to them. Let them come with the plan. I don't think we need to reconsider again. Let's go with the plan. All our tenants support it. Thank you.
Steven, Joji Mercado, and then after Joji, we have Omar Guzman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joji Mercado. I'm a tenant at King Plaza. I have a karate school. My classes, they're about an hour. So when I have students coming, they just stay there for their class, and after that they leave. So it frees up the space. And one of the concerns that I got from my students and their parents is just finding parking. And majority of my students, they're from Daly City, so it's a service I provide for residents of Daly City. And like in any other business, you want to satisfy your customers. And one of it is, having a parking management plan, I think would benefit all of the tenants from the plaza. So I please urge you not to reconsider your vote from the last meeting. Thank you.
Next up, we have Omar Guzman and then Connie Chan.
Good evening, honorable council members, staff, and community. I attended the last meeting, but for various reasons I was not able to speak. Thanks for giving me the opportunity right now. As a former employee of the city, I became aware of the parking requirements that have ignited your attention in this matter. Therefore, I understand that Classic Bowling should have 2.5 parking spaces per lane. Currently, they have 18. 132 more are mandated for their business. Their lack of parking apportionment has been impacting the rest of the businesses in King Plaza. And those businesses are very essential to the whole community that benefit from their usage. Occasionally, I have gone for dining or lunch, and I used to bring my younger son for bowling. One of my tasks as a former employee of the building department, many times I found that it was very cumbersome or difficult to park in that area. Now I assess that it is very interesting that the current owner surrounding Classic Bowling is willing to share her parking space to an extent to provide a parking plan on her land. Yet bowling does not have the total 150 spaces required. As you know, the plan was approved in the last city council meeting. Why doesn't DVP comply with their own parking? In the last meeting, it was mentioned that they are supposed to provide an underground parking. I hereby opine, recommend, and I strongly suggest to keep the parking plan as previously approved and the city will benefit from that. I thank you for your consideration. I really appreciate the fact that I worked here for your city, and I was employed, retired, and Mr. Sylvester, your input was very insightful, and Pam for mayor.
Connie Chan and Rich Bonomi.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, I was here last time during the hearing. I find out that the bowling, they were supposed to build underground garage. They did not. And they come on bullying Mrs. Ho for years for her parking space. Actually, there's a very simple solution. They have complained about not having enough parking space during the tournament. Well, looking at the business pattern, the tournament, you have a set time, a set date, you plan ahead. You can just have a parking lot somewhere and have a shuttle bus shuttle them in. Simple solution. Why? They didn't think of it? I don't think so. They just don't want to spend the money on it. Just like they didn't want to spend the money to build the underground parking. So this is one single business. They complained about they're losing business because they don't have parking. Because they designed it like that to bully other people using other people's parking space. And they're taking away from a very underrepresented, underserved community, the Asian American community, the immigration community. They're underserved, they're not represented, they're not heard, they're vulnerable, and they were hurt the most during the pandemic. You know, they just want to make more money and they don't care about the rest of the business. How many businesses are there in the parking lot, in the mall? 13 versus one business. Why? Because of their greed. They don't want to spend their money, serve their own clients. They just, if I can take away from someone, why not? Hey, this is the mentality of the, the whole country right now. Hey, why? All the haste, I don't care about you guys, you're not hurt. Hey, no problem. No one cares, no one cares.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments, next up, we have Rich Bonomi and Ken Wong after.
I thank you for your time, Mayor and council members. Okay, we've been over this before. It changed from parking spaces to trucks unloading, okay? And Mr. Council Member Sylvester, you're to be commended, okay? Your background in law enforcement shows a play upon words. That's what we have here. Sure, we need a neutral consulting firm so they can be paid more money. We had made the citizens of Daly City and the council members have made the decision to go with Mrs. Tam's plan. Did I say it right, Tam? Okay? I'm a nobody, but I am a citizen of Daly City. You can't get me on that, all right? There's been a play upon words, okay? You made your decision, you thought about it then, and you don't have to think about it now. Sure, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a consulting firm, okay? And parking spaces need to be turned over. They do, for the benefit of the other businesses. They have to make a living too. Sure, I used the bowling alley, okay? But if I had known that it was like 2 hours, I would have said, hey, my kids, we need to go, okay? We can't take the parking, okay? That's taking it away from the dining areas, the Manila market, okay? And people drive around looking for spaces, that just opened up, so they can take it and spend more time, okay? These are businesses. And karate I've done that, it's 1 hour. Then you leave, you take your kids, or maybe you go get some ice cream or the Manila market, okay? You've made your decision. Sure, the attorneys are gonna be arguing, a play upon words. Haven't I heard that one before, okay? I also have a background in law enforcement, Mr. Sylvester. You don't know who I am, but you could recognize my name if you choose to Google me, all right? Okay? Do you remember when the Pearl Division lost all their upper management? That was me, okay? Hey.
What's his name?
My last name is Bonomi. I took them to federal court. They were taking money. Hey, stand by your decision. It's a good one. You've all impressed me.
Thank you, Richard
Really?
Beno.
And I'm hard to impress, but you've impressed me, okay? With that, I'll put the microphone down. I won't break it, you know? Hey.
Thank you, Rich. Next we
You have my
have
support.
Ken Wong and Merlin Edwards.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ken Wong. I live in Daly City. Getting a haircut, 30 minutes. Getting a fish, 30 minutes. 1 hour, I'm not going to pay more than 1 hour because $100 an hour, man. I don't want to stay 1 hour. $4 hours. So, you know, the owner of the mall had made compromise. I mean, you know, she bent over backward, front, left and right. We have a deal, ladies and gentlemen. We have a deal. Please stick with the deal. I'm here to support her. Thank you for your time.
Next we have Merlin Edwards, and after Merlin we have Peter Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Merlin Edwards, and I want to thank you for your decision on November 14th that allowed Mrs. Ho to maintain control of her property. That was the right decision then, and it'll be the right decision now or tonight to uphold your November 14th decision. The bowling alley is one business. Keep in mind that Mrs. Ho has 13 tenants who run their retail businesses, and she is obligated to provide parking for her customers. She realizes that the bowling alley does need parking, and that is why she's willing to allow them to use any one of 159 unlimited parking spaces on her property. They can also use some of the limited parking spaces as long as they follow the rules. If she is forced to provide more parking, more spaces, or more time for the bowling alley, it may negatively impact her tenants and their customers. If she is forced to increase the time in the limited parking, her tenants may lose business. So why should she risk losing tenants on her property to satisfy bowlers who are not her customers? The bowling alley will have parking, but they want conveniences and parking. So again, I urge you to uphold your November 14th decision.
We have Peter Kwok, and then after Peter will be Ernest C.
Hi, my name is Peter, Manila Oriental Market again. Like I said the last time, when the bowling have event, the parking lot will fill up, whole parking lot will fill up within the 30 minutes. And they fill up like this for the 4 hours. During that 4 hours, all the other tenants of the King Plaza visit very slow. And I'm very happy for the last time the council approved for the last meeting. And I'm very happy from now we have the 93 space 2 hours available for all the other tenants King Plaza turn around, in and out, in and out. On bowling side, they still have 50%, more than 50%, even they have the park event. They have more than parking unlimited, but still not enough because if the event, the parking lot, the whole parking lot is not enough, no matter what. So they still have 50%. That's still hold some customer, or they can put a little bit money down to like hire someone do the valet parking or location pick up. Just 4 hours, man. That 4 hours, 2 employees, not expand. But they business very good, up 40%. So I don't understand why they don't spend a little bit money to do something to both sides good. No problem. It's easy, but they have been 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Last in-person comments is Ernest C.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council member. You have heard from almost 100 speakers during the last two council meetings and agreed the 2 hours time parking is appropriate at King Plaza situation, as Mrs. Ho's proposal is fair to all parties. Please keep your decision from the last meeting. Please do not appeal your vote and move forward with resolving this parking issue instead of going backward. And remember, other than voters for their entertainment health, there are still many senior minority who don't vote, like my old parents, but need help, but need food. I agree with the viewpoint about behavioral changes suggested by the City Council last time. Voters can adapt to the changes in time parking, but seniors at their disadvantage do not have the luxury of enough parking. So grocery necessity are more essential than entertainment, I believe. So please keep your decision from the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go to our public comment with our virtual attendees, and I'll hand it over. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't see the card there. One more for in-person, Grace David.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tammy. Everyone here, the majority of the people here are in favor of what you have approved last time. So, and thank you, Mr. Sylvester, for enlightening us even more on what's going on and why it should stay. Your approval should stay, and hopefully we should not reconsider. I think it's obvious everybody here is against revisiting it and wasting more time on this agenda of the King Plaza parking. Hopefully it will stay and this plan will go through as you have approved it. And thank you very much for listening to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'll turn it over to Leilani for our virtual attendees.
We have 12 hands raised with last called speaker, Ms. M. First speaker, we have 13 hands raised with the last speaker, Renee. First speaker, Ted.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Ted Saide. I am the co-owner of Spin and Dry Laundromat at the King Plaza. I'm here tonight to support, in support of the parking management plan. As we all remember, in the last City Council meeting, you listened to the attorneys, you listened to the owners, you listened to Classic Bowling, the Plaza ownership, you listened to the public, you had all the facts in front of you, you had all the data, you made your ruling in support of the parking management plan. You ruled in favor of that plan based on all the fact that you had and what you had heard, all the documents, everything that was submitted to you was taken into consideration. Unfortunately, today we are back again talking about the same thing. It's just because someone did not like the ruling out of selfishness and out of inconvenience to their customers, where we all have to deal with the same issues. And the difference is we deal with our customers, we educate our customers. All they need to do is just to post the plan, the parking management plan. Just post it somewhere in your facility and you talk to your customers, you let them know, and if somebody has an issue, then you can explain to them why we're doing what we're doing. And I hope with that, it will be the last meeting, and this will be put to bed so that we don't, at least it's being, it's gonna end fairly, only
Your 2 minutes have
if
been reached.
you agree on what you have ruled in the past meeting. Thank you.
Next speaker we have is Nancy.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I've attended all these meetings on this topic. The shopping plaza owner is willing to share her parking lot with her neighbor, who doesn't even own the land. She does. So what more do you want her to do? The council has heard from the public at length on this issue and have voted to have timed parking, which is the right result. There needs to be turnover in spaces, and we just need to move forward. There's no reason to open this all up again for reconsideration. Nothing has changed since the original vote to approve this plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris.
Oh, hello. Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris Fernandez. Almost 40-year local resident here, and I'm a regular patron at King Plaza, bowling, shopping, and eating. I think I'm not alone here when I'm saying that I'm very tired of this. I'm sorry. This has been voted for, already by the council members. There's no valid reason for appeal. Every business there will only benefit from a higher turnover rate of cars parking. It means more customers for everyone. I've been personally blocked by delivery trucks on the main alley between bowling and the main building myself. It is frustrating. It's really ridiculous. But again, we've already decided on a solution to parking issues like trucks blocking the path. This has been dragging on for too long and needs no further delay. We need to just move on from this so we can move forward, please. The council needs to attend to other matters. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Frank.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I want to thank you for all the work you've already done on this. This has been a long time coming, and all the efforts. The most important thing over the last couple of meetings is the decisiveness so that we can actually move on from this. And I don't see a reason to revisit this. You've considered everything very carefully, and done a lot of hard work in order to come to a decision so we can push this forward to address this community problem. It seems like the most fair solution, especially given that the owner of the shopping center is sharing her property with her neighbor, which is, I think, says a lot about her character. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to voice my opinion that all the hard work you've already done should stand, and we should just move forward from this. So thank you very much.
Next speaker is Peter.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, I would like to address the parking issues there. I think one of the councilor members said it best when he said that we know that the unlimited timed parking is not working at this time. There was a plan that was put in place last council meeting, and it was approved. And I feel that a plan in place is better than no plan at all. I really don't understand why there's even an issue with this to begin with. I'm a property owner. I would let my neighbor park in front of my house once or twice if they needed it, but if they started demanding to park in front of my house, claiming that they had no parking, I just don't feel that's fair at all. I think the plan that's put in place right now is fair. I think we should move forward on it. There's no reason to reconsider this plan at this time. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jimmy. Jimmy?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Evening council members. Appreciate your time on this late night here. I think, I'm in full support of the decision you've made previously already. Overall, I haven't seen anything from the other side that gave us any type of extraordinary evidence for you to reconsider. And, with that, and having precedence of, why bother going through this and wasting your valuable time? So I believe we should just continue to move forward with the decision you made and, take this to the next steps. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kathy Wang, and I'm a lifelong resident of Daly City. My family and I are loyal customers of many businesses in the center. First off, I actually would like to thank you, esteemed council members, for recognizing and expressing appreciation for our small businesses in Daly City at the last meeting. As you all said, our small businesses are the backbone of our community. King Plaza Center houses 15 of the vertebrae that makes up this backbone. With its many different businesses, from the anchor Manila supermarket to the wide range of great restaurants and bakeries, to the beauty salons, to the dojo and laundromat, it truly has everything this community needs with its diverse and balanced tenant mix. After careful consideration and much time, you finally brought the parking issue of this center to resolution by approving a parking plan that is well thought out and fair to all businesses and customers of the center. Turnover of customers and thereby parking is critical to the livelihood of these businesses. There's no need, no basis for reconsideration on this matter. I think everyone can agree that the current state is not working. And now that we have a solid plan to move forward, let's move forward and move on with the plan so that we may make progress, so that our businesses, our community can thrive. Thank you.
Next, we have Zi Jun.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here on behalf of New Horizons Bakery. We believe that the proposal created by Mrs. Ho and approved by you last meeting is fair, which we should proceed and work it out. We've spent time to discuss this question and to hear comments from both sides. Thank you for your time for this, and you've made the right decision. Please don't reconsider the decision from last meeting. Thank you.
Next, we have Paula.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilmen. It seems like Classic Bowl's motive in appealing is because they claim that the parking plan with time parking will cause them to close down or wither away. They are so scared of this possibility that they seem to be nitpicking anything they can find against the proposed plan. Sierra Bowl and the other bowling alleys have closed down. Why? I don't think the issue of parking was the only reason, most likely due to a number of financial, personal, and/or circumstantial reasons that called for their closures. I sincerely hope Classic Bowl can continue to thrive as bowling alleys are dwindling. And even for myself, I'd love to have my son join the bowling league, but I have second thoughts as I have to worry about finding parking and also the extra financial expense that'll be. Unfortunately, if Classic Bowl has future business difficulties, parking is not to blame. It's time to move on. We all know that parking is horrendous at King Plaza, and to remain proactive, we need to stay vigilant with the decision and move forward. Of course, plans are plans and may not be perfect. Revisions can happen after some time to improve as needed. I hope that Classic Bowl can see that this proposal isn't a death wish for them, rather a system that will support fairness and equality to everyone in King Plaza, along with them as well. Classic Bowl, you are a gem and should be considered just as everyone should be. And in this situation, you are, as there are almost half parking spots that are unlimited as your wish for unlimited spots are granted generously by the parking lot owner. Instead of spending so much time and energy in going against the situation, I hope Classic Bowl can shift their focus on how to collaborate with all the businesses so everyone can do their best in combating the possibilities of the looming recession that we may have coming. Stop fighting, stop nitpicking, and just try it out. Move on and work with the owner of the parking lot about the parking spaces that you don't even own. To the city councilmen, I hope you all decide to just move on. Thank you.
Next, we have Anthony. Anthony, your next speaker. Last call for Anthony. Okay, we have a caller by phone. Please press *6 to unmute. Caller by phone.
Well, this is actually rather interesting. It's John Daly. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. So on this matter, the November 14th council meeting, I think it was line item 16, that was a disaster, as the individuals that needed to speak should have been panelists, such as Ms. Tammy and Classic Bowl and so forth, but granted, they're given 10 minutes tonight, most of them. So the vote on November 14th should have really been null and void. I'm not really trying to take sides here, but I want to really understand this. This problem for parking for the King Plaza has been going on for 8 to 10 years now. Sarah Bowl closed about 10 years ago. It's great that Glenn Sylvester sits up there at grandstands, but he's been on council for 6 years now, and he's done nothing. The council has done nothing to help the community with this parking matter. And I find it ironic because the community has been the one that's been suffering. Now, whether Classic Bowl moves from King Plaza, that would be a loss. That would be a huge tax revenue loss for the city. They could move to South City. They could go elsewhere. But you're basically saying at the 11th hour when there's a court matter pending that Glenn Sylvester is a savior. And he's not. He's been sitting on council for 6 years as we've been driving around Classic Bowl and King Plaza for 6 years to 8 years trying to find parking. So this council is socially inept. They're socially retarded. They have yet to respond to community on this matter. They've yet to do so, as well as the Planning Commission. Michael Van Luckenhausen, whatever his name is, he sat up there taking pictures. He didn't go in there. He didn't talk to Classic Bowl. This has been a problem ongoing for the last 6 to 7 years, and now it's come to a head. Now a decision has finally been made. Perhaps we could find parking now, but we may lose a tenant. And if Ms. Tammy loses a tenant, the city's going to lose a tenant because they might go to South City. So, this is really a disaster, and the city council is to blame because they're the ones that keep building housing instead of community needs. They've yet to fulfill the needs of the community. So Glenn Sylvester, it's great to grandstand.
Next speaker is Ms. M.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First and foremost, thank you for your vote on November 14th. I'm not really sure what more can be said to further conclude this topic, especially after a 4-1 vote, well, except maybe a unanimous one. But let me lay it out like this. This topic is back, yet nothing has changed. The property hasn't changed, the owner hasn't changed, the people involved, the plan, the parking, all the factors are still the same. And yet here we are again 2 weeks later. Now, I understand that when one feels strongly about something, they have to stand up for it. But given that the circumstances haven't changed and an appeal just seems fruitless, we're essentially going in circles again. I implore you to stop and think about what we're still arguing about.
The fact is, we're here because one particular group of people does not want timed parking at the risk of sharing parking spaces with their neighboring businesses and patrons of King Plaza. Because heaven forbid, there's a possibility they might have to step away from their bowling league for 5 minutes to move their car, which by the way is located on the same property just outside the bowling alley. And heaven forbid, they have to move their car from one free parking spot to another free parking spot. And worst of all, heaven forbid that by having timed parking, they allow non-bowlers to park at King Plaza in, for some reason, what they believe to be their rightfully deserved parking spaces. I don't mean to sound so abrasive, but I'm calling it like I see it. And this is what it boils down to. One group of people is trying to make it as convenient as possible for themselves, and only themselves. And to me, that's not right. The timed parking plan, that's right. That's fair, and that's inclusive. So we can continue to talk about this topic, but at the end of the day, it still won't change the facts. The parking plan was voted on and approved, and that's how it should be. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
We have last called speaker Renee, but we do have one additional hand after Mayor.
I'll allow it.
Okay. Renee?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Renee. It is now my 4th time attending the city council meeting for the specific topic, and I feel there's really no need for the council to reconsider their decision, as overturning the decision would make things go back to how things were, aka nothing being fixed. All the time and energy put to solving this issue would go to waste. Let's move forward from this and see how time parking can alleviate the crowdedness at King Plaza. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Wilson.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and supervisors. Over the last couple of sessions, both sides agree that there is a parking problem at King Plaza. This is the root cause. We found a solution and we need to implement it. Both sides agree on this. I want to reiterate this. I believe what makes Daly City great is this. When we are approached with a problem, we find solutions and our leaders will act on it. So tonight, please double down and continue to implement this parking plan. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you for everyone for participating in public comment. I'll go ahead and open it up to my colleagues if you all have anything to share.
Mr. Mayor, motion to close public comment.
Second.
Well, before I close, I'd like to have some comments. I agree. I agree that we do need a parking plan. But I feel a little bit weary about going forward with a parking plan that was denied by a consultant that denies that they even gave these recommendations. You know, I do believe that there should be a parking plan, and I believe doing it the right way. We all stayed up together. We all stayed up together till almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And I give a shout out to all the planning commission, the planning team. They go through so many hoops and challenges and obstacles to get this done. And I've heard all the people that spoke, 7, 8 long years. But it's just, I don't feel wholeheartedly to come to a decision where you have a consultant that did not even provide these recommendations, but we're going to vote on something that they didn't even recommend. That's like if I was, as a professor, and I told my students to write a whole essay, and they decided, I didn't cite any of my resources. How does that hold true? And also this idea of this owner and tenant relationship, I'm bothered by that as well. I'm bothered by that as well is because there has to be collaboration, right? I've been a renter in Daly City since I moved to Daly City. And with all my landlords, we've always had some sort of collaboration. But when it's just one-sided and you have a consultant that comes in and denies their report and the recommendation, I feel dishonest, honestly. And so with that, I do see both sides of the ecosystem of King Plaza, and everybody should have a collaborative say. And I just want to know, I just want to go with what's fair. That's my point. I know there was a motion and then there's a second.
That was to close public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. My motion that I made earlier was to close public comment.
Right.
Got you.
Yeah, and I seconded it for public comment.
All right. Well, sorry for jumping the gun.
Okay.
So we need to take a vote on that?
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any other comments from my council members?
Mr. Mayor, may I? Yes, we are here, when I first saw this on the agenda, and I saw it for reconsideration, it's my duty to read through it and find out why is there consideration. When I already knew in my mind that we had vetted everything, for me, everything that night. Even before that night, reading all the materials, the packets, the staff reports, and I have full faith in the staff that we have in our planning. These are experts here, total experts. And then you guys are experts. You're experts because you own the businesses. You go there, you live there. This is your business. You see the traffic come and go, your customers coming and going. You're experts. You also testimony, you're experts. And then you hear, for me, why? Why is this consideration? And I'd like to ask DBB, I don't see a valid reason for me. I stick by what I decided on November 14th because I vetted, I wanted to make sure what was fair, and then I wasn't, when I made that statement the last time, these weren't the exact rules. Ms. Ho is not out to destroy anybody's business. She's actually there to help. She's even there to help Classic Bold thrive. It is just who she is as a person and how you guys are attracted to why you lease from Kings Plaza. Why do you lease from Kings Plaza? One of them is because people just can find other places to have businesses. But we want you to stay there because you're small businesses that matter, family-owned businesses that matter. And that's important. And that has come before the dais. And that is a focus. And that lens needs to be wide open to make sure that you're treated fairly and that you're able to thrive in your own businesses the best you can. And that is very serious. Economically, socially, culturally, yes, it is very important because people are being driven out of our city. The diversity in our city has to leave because of the expense, because of everything else. And it's my duty to support. That is my duty and what I believe in. That's why I'm sitting here. And I support the small businesses and the equality and the equity of what is right and what I believe is right and what will be the best. And we haven't even tried anything. And when the staff says the park management plan and we read that packet and we go through and we listen to everything, then for me, that's what it is. Because what is for reconsideration, if DPP would like to tell me what is to be reconsidered rather than the trucking, I don't see any reconsideration. And why wasn't any of that brought up, anything? I didn't hear any of that. That makes me question. Makes me question, because that was November 14th when the decision was made. A final decision was made, and that is vetted and thinking and listening to each one of you. It matters what you say, who you are, your families, it matters. So that to me is what's important. And then for me, I have to stay by what I know and my knowledge of what these people, these experts that we have in our city, what all of you have, and stay by November 14th. That is that. There is no consideration that. What is he bringing? Would he like to answer? What was the impotence of this, of bringing this for reconsideration? I really am trying to understand. All of a sudden, we see trucks and we see this and we see that. Right? I didn't hear anything the last meeting.
It's more about the employee parking. The employee parking's been misled that there's 61 spaces for employees. But we don't have 61 spaces, so where do those employees park if they can't park in the upper lot? They have to park in the main lot. Who's supposed to park in the main lot are the customers. So if you have employees parking in the main lot for 8 hours, are you gonna get turnover? Or are those employees gonna be there until their shift ends, and then they leave?
But we made that decision and we vetted everything about it on the screen. We sat here till 1:30 in the morning.
I don't understand.
So rather than if your attorney doesn't have anything,
I'm just talking about that.
Just to sum it. The parking spaces are a limited commodity. The best way to use them takes specific parking knowledge. It was represented to the council that the parking management plan had been developed in consultation with people who had that professional knowledge, and that turned out not to be true. So the basis for the council's decision was on a false premise that there was a professional input into that parking management plan. And that's how things go awry. So now we're left with a situation, if you don't reconsider, where half of the parking lot is off limits to the bowlers, and the untimed spaces, which are at the root of the problem that bring us here. Somebody, I think it was Mr. Sylvester, it's the untimed parking spaces that create the problem, and now the bowling center is stuck with the untimed spaces.
so with all due respect, we don't need to review what we did, saw that, but the staff here also vetted the parking management plan. So, and then it is again her property. It is again the generosity. It is again what our community is about. It is again about vibrancy and vitality and making sure things work for everyone.
And
these people have to get up in the morning and do their business. Restaurant work is not, your work is not hard, easy. All people are working hard, coming out of COVID. So now it's time. I think it's time. Well, my counsel here, it's time that we move forward with on November 14th, current parking plan, and we need to get along, and then everybody's going to thrive. And more people I've run into have said, oh, I'm excited to get back to Kings Plaza. Because some people didn't go back because of the parking. So they're excited to see how this will go. Let's go. We made a decision. And we listened.
Was it the right decision? If it turns out that the bowling center is put out of business because it loses its parking spaces and it's right to them, will it turn out to have been the right decision?
They're not going to lose their business over this. Ms. Ho, thank you, sir, thank you, appreciate it. Ms. Ho and your attorney, I just have one quick. Sorry to make you get up.
Sorry.
It's a long night.
Yes.
But we're here.
Thank you.
Thank everybody for staying. So, Ms. Fogarty, so it's been going on, and we have to have a parking management plan. We have a parking management plan, and as you made your comments in the beginning, I noted that when you did like a summary type thing, and then that when you did the 2 hours, and then you do, for me, after 7 o'clock when Oriental Market, then it's open anyway.
Yes,
so how much fairer can you get? So that I just want to reiterate, and we're reiterating everything, but we're here tonight, and November 14th, I think everything was vetted.
I of course agree with you, and I also would like to correct this misunderstanding about what is consulting with a consultant. Consulting with a consultant that's been hired to do a parking study That study is what was used to do the parking management plan. You don't have to have the consultant draw the picture for you. You have to have the consultant give you the data, and then as the owner of the property, come up with something that you feel will work with that data that the consultant has given you. You don't have to send the plan back to the consultant. The consultant worked for you, gave you the information. It doesn't have to be a plan that they drew the picture for. It's a 25-page report that was used to bring those specifics down into something that would be easily understood and easily conveyed to others so they would understand. As was mentioned before, the idea is to make sure that all of the employers in this shopping center, including the bowling alley,
including Classic Bowl,
show that to their employees, show that to their customers, and get their buy-in, if you will.
Yes.
So, you know, the reason that over half the spaces are unlimited time is because the bowling alley, since they filed their lawsuit, said we're entitled to park on your property as long as we want, wherever we want. So, to be more fair, even though the consultant said make all of those spaces time limited, to be fair to what they were demanding to try to resolve this, Mrs. Ho came up with the idea to make those spaces unlimited so that the bowling alley would stop complaining about not having unlimited parking spaces. You heard the testimony where people said tournaments were going 12 hours, where people were having events there with 300 participants. Those folks, you've heard from Peter Kwok, who owns the Manila Market. They were taking up the entire parking lot. You have heard people tonight say, if they need more parking spaces, there are ways they can pay to find other parking spaces.
Like a golf tournament, they do that.
Exactly. They have remote parking and they shuttle people.
Medihill does that when they come here.
Yes.
So, but I thank you for clarifying that. So, because they want to be fair, I don't think that it still hasn't sunk in that everybody wants to work together, and that Ms. Ho went out of her way, and then it doesn't have to be like that. We want everybody to thrive because we're a community, and we don't want to lose anyone. We want everybody to thrive, right? Prosper, right?
And
we're coming
that's what,
up on a new.
that is what Mrs. Ho wants as well.
Right.
She wants everybody at that shopping center, including Classic Bowling, to thrive and be successful. But as you say, as you've all said, it does take collaboration. But the collaboration thus far has been one-sided. So this parking management plan was sent to DBP December 28th, 2021. And here we are, the end of November 2022, and they're saying, you should have another parking management plan devised by some other consultant. It's a little late. I mean, everybody has said, solve the problem. You did. You solved the problem, we think. If it doesn't work, then look at something different.
Hence, we have great staff as well.
You do. And Michael has been very diligent in researching these issues and in trying to make sure that you get the best that can be devised right now without trying it out. Try it out.
Yeah, that's clear from the reports. But thank you very much, Ms. Ford. Thank you. That's it for Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Fair for everyone.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Okay, may I see that?
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hudak and Mr. DiVincenzi, no need to come up. I just wanted to let you know I apologize for earlier. I guess I got a little hot, and also to the community here. It's not normally, I'm not like that. So I'll try to be a little bit more calm now. I got a copy of a report from Walker Consultants dated, I think it was in 2018.
Yeah.
And it's a 25-page report. But I guess some of the folks here in the public don't know exactly what the contents are of the report. And I'm not about to read the contents, but after seeing, and generally when you do a report, you come up with recommendations. So I'm only going to bring out the recommendations. Convert site. Now, granted, they're just making recommendations. So these are just the recommendations. But the report is valid. The report was done. If Walker Consultants didn't do the report, who would have in 2018? Why do we have to wait for another report now, which may indicate the same? Recommendation number 3, convert site to time-limited parking.
Yep.
Has that been addressed in the parking management plan? Parking enforcement. Most municipalities do a combination of targeted and full enforcement. Tow zone signs, parking policies. King Plaza does not have options to privately enforce the lot based on the law enacted in 2016. But they should work with Daly City and municipal enforcement or contract to a private operator.
From the Walker.
We have recommendation number 5. Obtain city approval to implement time limit parking on Shipley Avenue. Recommendation number 6, work with owners of other parking lots in the area to valet park. I've given you a few recommendations, but not the important ones that was really important to me. And that was something about the number of parking spaces. And for some reason, I can't bring up the numbers in my head. I read it. I think they were asking for a minimum of 83 parking spaces.
That's correct.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm just, and how much, 83 parking spaces was recommended for untimed parking?
It was recommended for 2 to 3 hours.
For 2 to 3 hours. How many parking spaces did we give for untimed parking?
159.
159, that's almost
Yes.
double. And this is untimed. How many spaces did we give for, was it 2-hour parking?
93.
93. So basically what you've done is you've exceeded the recommendations of Walker Consultants. Not that you went below. If they said 83 and you gave 43, oh, we have a problem here. What good is the recommendation if you're not going to follow it? So what I offer is the recommendations have exceeded what Walker Consultants came up with. So to say that this plan was done by amateurs and not adequate, I don't see that, especially when you've exceeded. I know in law and penal code sections and et cetera, if there's a law that says you shall not do this, I'm just throwing something off the top of my head, and that within a 3-day period, but you say we're going to do it in a 5-day period, basically, the more restrictive you get is okay by the law. the less restrictive you get is not okay. So I think there's an aspect here, the letter of the law, which would be this. And this, the parking management says it's the letter of the law. But I honestly feel that throughout these years, and until both parties can come to an agreement in executing this, you will go by the spirit of the law. Oh, you're in a 1 hour spot and you were here for an hour and 5 minutes. Come on, you know, it should have been an hour. You're here for 100, for an hour and 5 minutes. You know, it's okay. I don't think that this is going to go by the letter of the law, but it serves as a basis to get going.
Mm-hmm.
I heard earlier, just as we're closing, about Classic Bowl losing their parking spaces. Can I ask the question? How many parking spaces does Classic Bowl have now? 18. So they would lose their 18 parking spots because of a time restriction imposed, but yet gain 159, but we don't know if it's all Classic Bowlers that's going to park there. Gain, was it 83 2-hour zones, but we don't know if Classic Bowlers are going to park there. Well, I say 240 spots is better than 18. So, in closing, what we are discussing tonight is whether to reconsider the vote that was taken on November 14th. I don't see any significant reasons to do so.
Right.
And what I mean by significant, I've looked it up, sufficiently great or important to be worthy of attention, noteworthy. What I'm wondering is if we reconsider, what other additional information are we going to receive other than what we've already have? Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester, are there any comments from other colleagues? I don't see her hand. I'll open it to Councilmember Manalo if you have any comments. If not, I'll go ahead and Vice Mayor Buenaventura.
So, well, first let me just commend you, Mr. Mayor, for I think you are a person that always, I don't know, I've always saw it as someone who is tried to be fair, and I appreciate your comments and your being sort of, you know, keeping our conscience alive in terms of what fairness is and what process is and how important all that is. Having said that, I do believe we have a fair and just parking management plan that does not need to be revisited. I want to say that to Mr. DiVincenzi and your family and to Mr. Hudak, I am not going to vote in favor of reconsidering this. But I want you to know that my vote not to reconsider is not a vote against Classic Bowl. I know very well the contributions you have made to our city. When Cindy Blackstone came here and spoke on your behalf, and the work you do for Fun Day and for the Knights of Columbus and just all the other things. So that's not lost in me. And again, I'm emphasizing I'm not voting against your business. I'm voting in favor of everyone's business at that center. And that's why I think we have to give this plan a chance to work. And my hope is that now that we have sort of a Bible in place, that we will try as best we can to follow it. And if along the way some tweaking needs to be done, maybe you guys can work that out. But at least this is a start of a 7-year lapse in communication. And this had to be settled by us. This just was not gonna, we could not do anything. And so I believe in the staff, I believe in the plan, and I believe that what we have come up with is a workable plan. And it is my sincere hope that this puts an end to it and that we can all move forward. And that's a hope I hope we all share. And let's give it a chance. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, that concludes my comments.
All right. Are there any other comments from my council members?
Mr. Mayor, just one. I have to concur with Vice Mayor. It's definitely not. Classic Bowl, you're important. You're with the community, and I don't hear anybody over here going against you. It's not that they're going against Classic Bowl. They just want everything to work for everybody. I haven't heard one business over there say that, or Ms. Ho. So let's move forward and just give it a chance. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Manalo. I believe you're still muted, Jocelyn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Having some technical difficulties earlier when you had called me. I wanted to chime in regards to this, of course. And
Oh, we lost you. You're unmuted. You're muted again. Is that it?
Yeah. Jocelyn, you're muted.
Can she hear us?
Jocelyn, can you hear us?
hello?
Oh, there we go.
Can I start?
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I guess you didn't hear what I said earlier. But thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had some technical difficulties earlier, but I'm glad that you can hear me now. But I think definitely, there's been an issue around just, I think, access to parking and hearing from so many from last week, a couple weeks ago, and then till now, I think I'm looking at what can we do or what can we see differently as far as trying the parking management plan that is proposed by staff. When it was a staff recommendation that was actually given to us from our staff. And so I know they put a lot of effort and work into this. I will say, I think it's important for us to see how this parking management plan works out and see how, and to be able to also hopefully that this is now a plan that will work in the future. And if not, see what can be changed if possible. But I think the plan as it states, it's the 159, it's 159 spaces that are unlimited, correct? Is it 159?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay. Yeah, so there's 159 spaces that are actually not timed. And so I feel like this is a fair plan. And, also, as Vice Mayor mentioned, to Classic Bowl, this is not anything towards you as a business. I think this is, a way to hopefully see how things can change, because I've heard so many, residents talk about, finding parking as an issue. I think also having employees utilize a different portion of the lot is, it's thought out, and hopefully there's, all the employees will utilize that lot. I talked about it last time. It's really about the implementation piece and seeing kind of the behavioral changes of people not using up the parking lot there and shifting to another site of the lot. And so, for me, I don't foresee me changing my vote from last time. I think that this plan is important for us to move forward with. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time on the dais this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Manalo. I guess we were all things said. I guess the next thing we can do is do a motion to.
I think, Mr. Mayor, there has to be a motion made to reconsider, and if there's no motion made, then the matter is passed. I mean, it doesn't go forward to a vote.
So I just need a point of clarification because I abstained the last time, so I cannot make the motion. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because the motion cannot be delivered, then it just dies?
That's correct. There needs to be a motion on the floor.
Okay. All right. All right, so is that off to the next item?
Just for the record, there is no motion on the floor, so it dies.
So recognizing that there's no motion on the floor, we go on to, there's no recommendation, and we go on to the next item, which is agenda item number 15. Next up, we have item number 15, approve Lake Merced quick build design within Daly City and authorize construction of the project within Daly City. We have Mr. Chu.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We have a very exciting project to present to you tonight. It's a project that has nothing to do with parking. It's a safety project for Daly City, and best of all, it will not cost Daly City any construction costs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Senior Civil Engineer Shirley Chen.
Before you go ahead, can we get some order in our meeting, please? Thank you. Go right ahead.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Kansas City Council members. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the design for the Lake Merced quick build project within Daly City, affirm the secret determination of categorical exemption, and authorize the interim city manager to execute all necessary agreements with the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency to complete
Excuse
the
me,
project.
one more time, everybody, if you could take your conversations outside of City Hall, we would appreciate it.
They can move.
If you want to be part of the city, of the meeting, you could feel free to move into the blue seats. Thank you. Cool. No problem. All right, I think we're good. All right, go right ahead.
So in 2021, the SFMTA completed a study along Lake Merced Boulevard that identified safety improvements between John Muir Drive and Skyline Boulevard. Many of these improvements are incorporated into their Lake Merced Quick Build project. And at the border between Daly City and San Francisco, the project proposes to remove one northbound travel lane and install a protected bikeway. About a year ago, San Francisco MTA contacted Daly City staff to discuss potential changes to Lake Merced Boulevard within Daly City. The plan on the screen shows the proposed changes on Lake Merced Boulevard. The bottom half of the screen shows the new striping plan. The lane reduction would begin just north of the entrance to Westlake Park and continues into San Francisco. Traffic counts on Lake Merced Boulevard indicate that removing one northbound travel lane would have minimal impact on traffic conditions. SFMTA will be performing the improvements within Daly City at no cost to the city. Construction is expected to begin spring of 2023. Staff is available to answer any questions the mayor or city councils may have, and SFMTA staff is also present to answer any questions.
I'll go ahead and open up to my colleagues. If you have any questions, go ahead. Councilmember DiGiovanni.
I just want to say thank you, both of you, and that it's great to hear it didn't cost us any money, and that maybe we could get more projects like that. And good idea that they're doing that with the lanes. So how long is the expected, how long is it expected, the construction?
I think the portion within Daly City should take about a week or two.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, it's all striping changes.
Yeah, so it's not.
Yeah, the construction in San Francisco is going to take longer.
Yeah, that's okay. That's great. Thank you both.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you for your presentation. And equally, I think it's important is to acknowledge the SFMTA for your collaboration with Daly City on this project.
Yeah,
I think it's very, very important. I'm very well familiar of that stretch, but it seems like we're losing lanes. It used to be 2 lanes both ways. I go back a long way. The police range, does that also covers the police range? You're going to have that bicycle lanes? That's about, I think, when it hits Skyline? It would actually turn, so perhaps it doesn't look like it. The gun range is what I'm referring to. So it looks like that's way before the gun range. Is that correct?
I believe the gun range is on John Muir.
Yes.
Yeah, so our project is just on Lake Merced.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. But again, thank you for the collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other comments from my colleagues? If not, I'd like to open up to public comment. Is there anybody here to comment on this issue? Not here?
We have one hand raised,
Okay.
Mayor.
Go right ahead, Leilani.
Caller by phone, please press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this map here. It doesn't look very good, actually. It's John Daly again. So this is the stretch near the park and the Lake Merced itself. That's actually going to be experiencing more heavy traffic due to the building in Westlake and due to the just the John Daly coming down. Really wouldn't recommend it. There's actually like a bike path or a walkway on the side there out of traffic, so that should be reconsidered. But I definitely don't want to recommend this because the traffic and there's actually a big curb there, and there's been a number of accidents on that Lake Merced strip. So really wouldn't want to recommend this. I don't know who came up with this. Was it the SFMTA? But it really doesn't make sense. Plus, there's buses. I've seen buses going down that way too. I think people from SF State commuting from Westlake to SF State use that roadway as well. So really wouldn't recommend this. Plus the building of this, I guess, proposed buildings in Burlington Coat Factory, whatever it's going to be housing now. So I mean, it's just going to be a disaster. Again, no, nothing new to this council, right? So yeah, do not go for this because it's going to be one lane northbound going into the city, going to SF State, going to Lake Merced, just a disaster again.
That concludes public comment.
All right. With that, can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution by roll call?
Motion to adopt the resolution by roll call.
Second.
Okay. Ms. City Clerk, if you can conduct a roll call vote, please.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Ben Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. Resolution passes. Thank you, everyone. Off to item number 16, second reading, ordinance number 1461, repealing and replacing chapters in Title 15 of the Municipal Code and adopting local amendments to the Uniform Building and Fire Codes. And I'll throw it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This is the second reading of ordinance number 1461, repealing and replacing chapters in the Title 15 of the Municipal Code and adopting local amendments to the Uniform Building Codes and Fire Codes. This came before the council at the last regularly scheduled meeting for introduction, and it is now for adoption.
Are there any comments or questions from colleagues? See none.
Ben Sylvester, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and second. If we can conduct a roll call vote, please, Annette.
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. Thank you. To item 17, second reading of ordinance number 1462, amending the Daly City zoning map by amending ordinance number 1316, the planned development standards for PD-47.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This item came before the council at the last regularly scheduled meeting for introduction. This is the second reading for adoption for ordinance number 1462 regarding the plan development standards for PD 47.
All right, I have one person for public comment, James Barrett.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I won't be speaking on that at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments from my colleagues? Or any type of, anybody from the public? No? All right. So with that, I guess it's then the same thing. I can't introduce the...
Actually, yes, you recused at the last first reading, so we would need a motion for adoption.
Motion for adoption.
Second.
All right. So can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Di Giovanni,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Ben Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
I continue to abstain. All right. Number 18, second reading ordinance 1463, amending chapter 2.04 of the Daly City Municipal Code, subject salaries of city council members.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, this item is for adoption and a second reading for ordinance number 1463, amending the Daly City Municipal Code regarding salaries of city council members. It's ready for adoption.
I'll go ahead and open up to my colleagues. Are there any questions, comments? All right, we have one person virtual.
Or by phone, please press star 6 to unmute.
Uh-oh, it's that salary thing again. That's that raise again. So do you guys really deserve it? I mean, do you guys really think that you deserve it or what? What's going on there? So, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm going to say no on this one too. But really, you know, with the whole thing about the plaza and the time that the community has spent driving around and the racist comments and all this and all that, Manalo filing the false police report that lies and the racism and, you know, the rain, the sewer and all that good stuff. I think we just need to make change. This job is for 18-year-old going to SF State and just, you know, doing their studies, learning more about civics, and just being a good person for the community. The community has been neglected for many, many years. We saw that tonight with the King Plaza. I mean, the community's been driving around, right, for 7, 8 years now. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think you guys deserve it. I mean, to be quite frank about it, I know you're going to vote for it, but you live with yourself, though. Hopefully we can recall you soon.
That concludes public comment.
Motion to close.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 Can I introduce a motion to adopt the ordinance by roll call?
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura.
Aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Was there ever a motion made to accept this ordinance? Or do we need it? No, we don't.
There was, but I thought there was a motion.
I think it was to close, but
Okay,
The second reading, so it's just a reading.
well, it is a adoption of the ordinance, so if we want to be technical, I believe you have the vote, so I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you.
What was-
sorry, it may be too late, but I believe you were closing the hearing, but the public hearing and not a voting on the item, but I might be wrong.
You're absolutely correct, Madam City Clerk. It was a motion to close the public hearing, to which we took a vote. And I could be wrong, but we did not make a motion to accept the second reading of the ordinance.
Correct.
Yes.
For purpose of clarification, let's entertain a motion, and then we have the votes.
I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance by roll call. My bad.
You're right.
Motion to adopt the ordinance by roll call vote.
Is there a second?
So the motion is to adopt the ordinance by roll call to, right?
Right, correct.
Okay.
Is there a second on that?
All right.
Second? Is this,
There's a-
Mayor, did you make a motion?
Yes, I did.
Second.
Okay. So now we can do roll call vote.
Okay, let's clarify.
Thank you. Ms. DiGiovanni.
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Aye.
Ms. Manalo,
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye. All right, now you know it's getting late. All right, moving on to appointments, board commission membership committee appointments. Are there any appointments by my colleagues? All right, seeing none. Moving on to reports, council committee reports. Are there any council committee reports? Let's see here. Seeing none, we'll go down to city council reports. Are there any city council reports? All right. Seeing none, we'll go over to staff.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. City of Daly City policy on personal use of city vehicles brought to the council for discussion tonight. Recent public inquiries and information requests prompted staff to review the policy, and at the council meeting on the 24th of October, the mayor asked to place the item on a future agenda. The city's existing policy on personal use of city vehicles is attached. It's attachment A. The attachment includes written authorization form, and this policy's been in effect since 2008. And to summarize, the policy allows, under limited circumstances, city employees and control employees as defined by the Internal Revenue Service Code of Regulations to take vehicles home and use for personal activities only with written authorization from the city manager. The requirements, procedures, and for personal use are broadly outlined in the policy and include tracking of personal usage and how to report as a taxable income. As stated, the policy's been in effect since 2008, and I'm requesting to update or clarify the policy either through the city manager's office or through the council subcommittee potentially, and present to the council at another meeting. But I think the policy in itself has been in effect since 2008, and I think it could use some clarification. So at this time, I'd like to answer any questions or comments from council.
Yeah, I have some. Thank you, Mr. Piccolotti, for bringing this item up. I know our community has been, there have been several members who've asked about it here at the council meeting of what is the policy and some of the observations that were made by you about council members using city vehicles. And I just wanted to clarify some of the policies that we have. So it's clear to me that it says that the use is not to be used for any personal purposes, correct? All right. Now, in personal purposes, do we have a policy? Does the policy include not allowing them to surrender the vehicle and to park their vehicle at their own residence or apartment? Or are we requiring them to surrender the vehicle to the city hall or parking lot and not have them use it as a personal vehicle to bring to their home?
My interpretation of that part of the policy is if it is brought back every day to city facilities, then it's not subject to the personal use section of the policy. So if it is taken and brought to a residence or parked somewhere else, or the keys are kept and no one can use the vehicle, that would be considered personal use.
Okay. And then with respect to when a person decides to use the city vehicle, is there an accounting as to where that person is going, what kind of mileage they are using, and how many hours they're using it for?
Yeah, as either a control employee or a regular employee, that would be an annual thing that is tracked. Other than that, like if a control employee would be required to register all the usage. So it is a requirement.
All right, so for a council member
But
to use a city vehicle, they have to log where they're going, the mileage they're going, and the hours they're going to be using the vehicle for?
That's the expectation.
Okay. And then who is, in terms of how procedurally, how is the vehicle obtained? Is it they go through the city manager? Is that the sort of the, where it all starts and where it ends?
Yes, written authorization is required by the city manager, and then the procedure is that it's checked in and out through, if it's a pool vehicle, it's checked in and out through the logs.
Okay. And then, is there any limit as to how long a person is allowed to use? So what I'm talking about is, if there are different, first of all, the city vehicles are not just city council people who can use the vehicles, correct? Obviously. It could be other employees that are not on the city council, right? All right.
That is correct.
So is there a procedure where there's some kind of limitation so that other people can use that vehicle and not just council members?
They're designated vehicles as pool vehicles, and if a council member, an elected, or an employee wishes to take it, permission would be obtained, and the procedures would be followed.
Okay, I just don't want, I want all the employees who are eligible to use it and not be beholden to just the city council people. I think it should be fair that if the employees need to use it, that we don't get a higher priority, and that everybody who is using it for city purposes gets to use the vehicle. That's what I'm asking for. Yes?
Yes.
And then how many vehicles are in the pool vehicles?
There are 3 vehicles in the city hall pool.
Okay. And are those what kind of vehicles are those?
There's 2 Priuses, I believe, or maybe there's 4. There's 2 Priuses, a utility box van, and an Escape. There's 4. I apologize.
There's 4. And how is the responsibility to, let's say, fuel the vehicle for gas, how is that normally done?
The city has 2 stations, fuel stations that are used, and the vehicles are equipped with sensors or a utility key that can go fill up at any time.
And who fills that up?
The employees do.
So the employee that borrows the vehicle will fill it up at the...
Normally, it could be fueled for an employee, or if they need fuel, they would take it to the fueling station and refill it at the city's fueling stations.
Okay. And if there's, and in terms of enforcement, how is the violation of the policy brought up and enforced?
I don't, in terms of the electeds,
Yes.
I don't, there is no enforcement in terms of, it doesn't come from my office only if permissions weren't granted. But in terms of tracking and the honor system of what was personal use and what isn't, that's up to the individual.
So if a council member abuses the process and uses it against policy, we're not going to know as a council that existed, that happened?
Under the current policy.
Well, then we need to change that. Okay. Is there a limitation as to how far or how many consecutive days the vehicle can be used?
I don't think there's a limitation, but if the vehicle's not returned to the city's facilities daily, then it becomes subject to personal use.
Okay. And then what is the definition of, I guess I think we need to be clear on what is personal use versus what is considered city business. And so what is the definition of what is considered city business? I mean, if you don't have an answer to that, I think
Yeah.
that's what we need to work on.
And that's was my next statement. I think the clarity of some of these, some of the issues in the policy that are kind of vague
Yeah.
need to be updated.
All right, and then so moving forward, I thought you would mention there would be a subcommittee to decide.
Yeah, tonight I was here asking for that potential so that we can clarify, because it's been in effect since 2008. So there are some IRS codes that we need to look at and make sure that they're up to date as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I would make a recommendation that we follow Mr. Piccolotti's suggestion that you appoint a subcommittee to study this further and bring back a policy. I mean, you don't have to make that decision today. I mean,
I'll go ahead and open it up to my colleagues.
Point of order, if I may.
Yes.
Questions were asked by the vice mayor, and they were inquisitory questions, which I think is definitely allowed, especially for clarification of the current policy now in effect. A comment was made that we need to change that, and subsequently to create a subcommittee, to which was requested. We don't have to do it now, but recommending a subcommittee as per recommendation from the interim city manager. I just want to bring to attention that this is a report only, and subsequently no action can be taken on the report. This matter should be agendized for action at a later council meeting.
And no
Thank you.
discussion. So agendized. No discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that's true. I think the mayor can create a subcommittee as he wants anytime. Am I right, Rose?
This is a report only, so if council wants to give direction for staff, can certainly do so. We're not voting on any item as it pertains to the policy.
Right, no, but my question is can't the mayor create a subcommittee at any time he wants on any issue?
The mayor can create an ad hoc subcommittee.
Thank you.
Well, just moving forward, I see Councilmember Manalo, their hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Piccolotti, City Manager Piccolotti on this. I think that you have brought important points regarding this matter. I think it's that there needs to be clarity, and if there hasn't been a return of a pool car in the past, and that broaches towards personal use, I think that I do think a subcommittee should be brought forward, because I mean this has I think this has been brought up by in the past, and I think that as a council, for the community's transparency, it is important to, I think, address this.
Go right, Councilmember.
With all due respect to my colleagues, it should be all council that makes decisions, not an elected official. None of us have any oversight of another elected official. And I think that needs to be clarified, and that something like this, we should all be involved in the discussions for equity.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I was talking about the policy at hand, And so I'm not understanding. But it was about the policy and whether the policy has been abused or just in general. I think we need to look this over and ensure that there's safeguarding of city resources and taxpayer dollars.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, continuing conversation on this matter, again, I'm definitely against it, not unless it's agendized, but I'm trying to figure out what's at play here. Is it to determine a past practice and to see if this policy, to which was not put out to everyone, if there has been an abuse? What constitute personal use versus city business is the information that would be put together by an ad hoc committee, to which you can definitely create, and the ad hoc committee would bring it before this council for approval, to which we all will have input as to the policy. Once that policy is approved, are we going to say that's going to be retroactive for the past 8 years, 5 years? What is the intent? To me, I believe that the intent was, let's define a policy and make sure that everyone adheres to that policy. But what I'm hearing now is there's an area where, okay, it's a possibility that it was abused. Well, what was abused? A policy that we didn't have? Or a policy that's going to be created and we're going to try to make it retroactive? So I don't understand the intent here. But I think all of us are to have a say-so on any policy changes that is brought before this council and any recommended changes by any ad hoc committee created by the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester, are there any other comments?
I would just say if Mr. Sylvester wants to know about abuses that have been done, then that should be raised. I'm sure that abuses that have been done in the past can be raised. If that's the kind of information that this council wants to have, I'm almost certain that we can get records to see if abuses have been done. So if that's the request, I don't see a problem getting that done. And I'm not sure what the statement of, are we going to have a retroactive policy? I don't think anybody mentioned you doing a policy retroactively. We're talking about creating a policy, which means we would draft the future behavior of this council. That's what the policy is for. Nobody said anything about doing anything retroactively, and I don't even see how you can retroactively enforce a policy of future behavior.
Well, in rebuttal, again, I'm asking for clarification. What is the purpose of bringing a policy up now? If the purpose is to determine a good lockdown type policy to which all employees, to include council member, is to abide, I'm all for it. But now, if there's an investigation that's going to be done to determine was there abuse in the past, then I would need to know what determines abuse, how is it clearly delineated, and whether, if there is any statute of limitations and additional information. So I think that it's two separate issues here. And according to the report from our interim city manager, it says City of Daly City's vehicle use policy. And I assume that's what we're talking about.
But it was based on.
My comments. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? I think moving forward, I'd like to create an ad hoc committee to create a new policy to provide specifics on what, on the first point, like identify the requirements for employees and elected officials regarding the policy, understanding what personal and city work-related activities are. And I think what we want to do is create a precedence for employees and future council members to abide by. Because I think that if it's very vague, then it's going to be just open to the interpretation of whoever is on council, right? So for me, I feel like just for setting precedents for the future, I'd like to create an ad hoc committee, and we can talk about it later on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to adjournment. I'd like to go ahead and open up to council if there's any adjournment that I did not receive prior to the meeting. Okay, so with that, I'd like to close and adjourn in memory of Paul Niebuhr's father, who is Vernon Nabor. And also, I would like to close in memory of Javier Paredes's grandmother, Victoria Barreto. With that, I would like to offer a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone.
We have
See you
one,
all December.
Night.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more meeting.
Oh, yeah. that's right.
Sorry. It shouldn't take too long.
Okay, I forgot to print out the agenda for that one.
I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
Okay.
Brent,
Oh, this one.
what are you doing? What are you here for?
All right. So we have, I'd like to go ahead and call to the order for the Daly City Joint Powers Financing Authority. Can we all
Yeah, we should.
have roll call, please?
Miss Di Giovanni,
Present?
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Mr. Buenaventura,
Present?
Miss Manalo,
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Present.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up is, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda?
Glenn Sylvester, second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Public appearances and oral communications. Are there any public appearances and oral communications? Seeing none in person and virtually, we'll go over to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Can I get a motion to, we have here, regular agenda, item number 4, resolutions related to clean water, state revolving fund financing? Oh, wait,
Motion to approve the agenda.
my bad.
Second.
You're fine, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to approve the regular agenda?
Aye.
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 Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Sorry about that. Okay, so item number 4, right? So, resolutions related to clean water state revolving fund financing for the Vista Grande Drainage Basin Improvement Project. And I'll throw it over to Josh and Rose.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Directors. I will try to be very brief with this. This is our first JPA, Joint Powers Authority meeting. Before you tonight, under the regular agenda, are 3 resolutions for your consideration. All are required as part of our application for the Vista Grand project for an SRF loan, a state revolving fund loan for that project. Specifically, this is a part of our application to apply for a low-cost loan for the Vista Grand project to fund part of it. The Vista Grand project, just as a brief reminder, it's fully designed. Permits for the project are either secured or are soon to be secured. And we have a tentative bid date for the project for the middle of 2023. A primary part of the project is the financing plan, and this application with the State Revolving Fund Loan Program for approximately $60 million is a very important part of it. And the Joint Powers Authority, which you are meeting as right now, is going to be the applicant. It's for your consideration to be the applicant. Earlier this year, we formed the authority. We formed it because it provides a very efficient application process for applying through the SRF program. Basically, it means that the JPA can be the sole applicant rather than having 2 applications, 1 city, 1 sanitation district. So it makes it much easier for that process. Now, specifically to item number 4, there are 3 resolutions in front of you for your consideration. The first resolution, it provides authority for staff to apply for the low-cost SRF loan. The second resolution is a declaration by the authority that payments will be made to the SRF program for the loan. And the third resolution is a declaration by the authority to designate the revenues that it receives to pay back the loan. All these resolutions are required actions as part of our application. And once the board approves, staff and the consultants will continue to work with the SRF program to apply for the approximately $60 million low-cost loan. I want to thank the interim city manager, Tom Piccolotti, and city attorney, Rose Zimmerman, worked very hard to put this in front of you. Along with me also, senior management analyst, Anthony Tofiga, and the finance director, Tim Nevin, worked very hard on this. And also, I believe online, our consulting attorney and bond counsel, Chris Lynch, who provided a lot of information for this. I believe he's online too, in case there are questions for him. And that is my brief presentation, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Right. At this time, I'd like to open it to my colleagues.
No, I just want to thank you, everyone, and you guys did an excellent job. Thank you.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cosgrove, now you mentioned 3 additional resolutions, but I don't see them listed here. So that's not a problem. If we were to move forward in approving this resolutions related to Clean Water State Revolving Fund financing, will we be provided the actual resolutions in writing to indicate such under option number 4?
Yes, they're supposed to be part of the application. They're in my copy.
Oh.
I have copies here.
Oh, okay.
The resolutions are attached to the staff report.
I got it. It's attached to the staff report, and I wasn't going to print all of that up. Okay, got it. I withdraw my question. Thank you for the report.
Any other comments, questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, can I get a motion to adopt the resolutions by roll call?
Motion to adopt resolution.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Roll call.
Actually, let's have a roll call.
All right.
Mayor, do we do them individually, or?
Yeah, roll call.
Yeah, it's roll call vote.
All
Sorry
3
about
at
that.
once, so we can do it.
You can do it all at one time.
Ms. Di Giovanni?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Sylvester, aye.
Mr. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye. So, agenda item passes. Thank you so much, Josh. Moving on to new business. Are there any reports from the Board of Directors? Seeing none. Are there any other reports from the staff? Seeing none, I'd like to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.